With GitLab, you'll have an experience that you can never get. No matter how well you integrate them, no matter how much time you spend on your central IT group putting the pieces together, you just can't do the same things that we can do. And that's really, really powerful.
We tried and tested tools. We were looking for a tool set, but unfortunately nothing at that stage was mature enough to actually take us forward. So we kind of looked at how we could improve our current tool chain, and that's where GitLab fitted right in. Basically, new users that are using GitLab don't need much experience using it. It's really easy to enable them straight off the bat from a different company and just get them rolling.
I don't like to predict the future too much, but I do know the directions we're going. Bringing more people involved in the software development lifecycle, getting more complete, where it makes sense, not just to arbitrarily get more people in, but where it adds value. Some great things pop out when you do a single application that covers this whole space.
DevOps is still in its early stages, and we've seen all the individual tools in the DevOps lifecycle, and now is a time to take that and build something bigger. Not just hopping from tool to tool, but having an integrated tool for that whole lifecycle. If we get there, we can be a very enduring software company that will change how people collaborate. Our mission is everyone can contribute. We want everyone to contribute to digital products, to GitLab as a software product, but we also want everyone to contribute to our organization. I'm very happy when I see the merge request coming that changes something in the company that's not from a team member. It's from someone that follows us, that cares about us, and wants to improve something in our organization.
It's not just us that's building GitLab. Over 2,000 contributors have contributed to our solution. This is an open source movement that is happening and it's changing the way we develop software. It's exciting.
Um, okay, Sri, if you're ready, you can give him a sign now.
Hey, can you all hear me?
Oh, yes, I can. Clear.
All right, excellent. I guess I'll start in 2 minutes.
Oh, yes, 2 minutes. Uh, okay. Hi and welcome back. Okay. Hi and welcome back to everyone. Our presenter for this session today. Our presenter for this session today will be Sri Ram Ramakrishna. The title of the presentation is Genome Onboarding New Volunteers. And again, as usual, if you have any questions, feel free to write it on our chat notes, which is on the left side of our homepage on the screen. And please be aware of our code of conduct, which also can be found at the summit homepage. And without further ado, please welcome our presenter, Sri Ramakrishna. I'll leave the session to you now.
New volunteers. And so let me start off with a little bit of who I am. And thank you for that introduction. My name is Sri Ram, or you can call me Sri, and I am a senior member of the GNOME project. Started contributing in 1999, which makes it around 21 years, working for the GNOME project, or contributing to the GNOME project. And for my day job, I get to do open source as well. I work for a company called IT Renew as a principal ecosystems engineer. And by that, I work on behalf of IT Renew as a hardware company. And we work in what's called solar data center. So we recertify servers from Facebook and others, and then deploy them to markets. But in order to get them supported, I have to work with all these data center open source projects and so forth. And a lot of that skill set actually came from being part of them and understanding all the various bits of how, and for spending a lot of time working in the GNOME community. So I get to reuse some of that and actually get paid. That's where the relevance comes from. So I thought I would start with just a general understanding of what GNOME is, and have a pretty good understanding of what GNOME is. But I want to reiterate that GNOME is foremost is about people, right? We started the project because of an aspiration. We want to build a user interface for you, and we want to be able to do it under the idea of software freedom, because GNOME started off on software and it's still under free software. It's really important that interface to your hardware. Next, GNOME is a platform, and it has everything you need to build an application. It has everything you need to interact with your computer. If you need a video, if you want to watch videos, if you want to play music, you want to do calculations and spreadsheets, and everything you do in your modern life, GNOME has the software APIs to games. All of those things are included for the GNOME desktop. And it has a lot of things in it, build applications, including tool chains. And GNOME is a trailblazer. And I think one of the things that if you ask, like, how can I be in this project for so long? GNOME is a trailblazer. It's always reinventing itself because technology doesn't stand still. It's also reinventing itself. You know, where we were technologically years ago is uh, is very different from where we are today. Today, we live in a world of AI and various other things that wasn't there 10 years ago. So as computers become more complicated and how we interact with our computers become, and so that's and so we continue to evolve our So 23 years is a long time to build a desktop, and there are millions of hours of engineering time, and if we were to put value to that code base, tens of millions or even hundreds of millions of dollars. So today, you know, you can get all that engineering free relatively. The GNOME project maintains the software, but you could reuse that software and put it inside a car. You could kiosk. You could do pretty much anything with it. That's one of the wonders of software freedom, is the ability to take that work and use it in ways that maybe it was not intended to be, and then be able to contribute back. And this model is being followed by many outside, yeah, even in the place I work. This is a model.
Sri,
Yes.
can you increase your mic volume a bit? It's a bit low.
It's a bit low. Oh,
Yes. Yes.
that's
That's
it.
much better. Yeah. If you can
Okay.
make your mic closer. Thank you.
Yeah, I'll move my microphone a little closer. Okay, thank you
Yeah.
for
Thank
letting me
you.
know. I'll be a little closer to my mic. So anyway, there are three. So during this time, there's three different revisions of as changed not just in code, but are in cultural change, and that's what's really interesting. Like, for the first revision, we're kind of inexperienced, but then we're all doing this thing for in a world that was very primitive. How primitive was, we taken for granted your
Sri, we having hard time to hear you.
is it still having problems?
Yes, we have.
Okay.
Sorry to interrupt.
Oh, you know what? I see. Okay.
Yes.
There. Hopefully this it stays that way. There's
Yes.
something going on with my audio that's causing that. So hopefully this will, I won't have to adjust my audio any further. Uh,
Yeah. Thank you.
all right, thanks for bringing that up. Appreciate it. So anyway, with each of these revisions, we change all that, and we continually reinvent ourselves. Technology has improved or changed, and as I was saying, it was so primitive at the time. We were talking about but back then you would put a CD on ISO 9660 slash dev CD-ROM slash everything was, and so that just works philosophy, everything all had to be engineered. So we had to figure out how to build those things at the lower levels, as well to propagate those hardware events all the way up the stack. So that's what I mean by the engineering. And at the beginning, the when we started, it was consistent of most of developers. I wouldn't say all developers. There's many of us who are not developers. I was not a developer exactly, although I was technical. At the time, my contract did not allow me to contribute code. So I was able to contribute in other things, and a lot of that was actually. But the point then is, as the project grew and started reinventing itself, it started needing more skill sets to continue its mission. So let me finish that other slide, that thought a little bit. But in order to finish this mission, so there's a demand for volunteers, and then you would ask yourself, why volunteer for GNOME? Now, one of the things, the difference between a conference like GNOME Asia and say our main one in Guadalajara is that in the Western world, the Europe and the US, it's actually a privilege to be able to work on free software or right? Because not actually, you don't have the pressures of right? Everything we do in the East is motivated by a where you are employed or you're going somewhere. The work we do moves towards some kind of employment. So with that in mind, you might think, well, if I want to volunteer for GNOME, what's in it for me? How does that make my future bright? Anything. And so what I want to say that to contribute technically to GNOME, there's amazing technical acumen. And if you get your code accepted into GNOME, that is an amazing accomplishment. And so to go back, GNOME is a desktop. It is the primary piece of software that you interact with on a daily basis. So the ability for it to be stable is really critically important. Working on a work project or a spreadsheet or presentation, and your experience is flaky, then it's not being useful. If you're trying to work on some data and you lose something and you lose data, primarily one of the biggest things about computer science or anything is, or as the role of an operating system, is that you can never lose data. That can never happen. And so putting that mentality into the engineering of a desktop is the same thing. You have to be very careful what's in there, because some bugs are not good to have on. They can destroy life's work. I've used to work in computer labs where one person was working on his master's thesis or PhD thesis. He loses it because the floppy drive corrupt. And if you've ever met it's like one of the most critical things, and then to lose it would be so having a high quality contribution is something. If it gets in, and sometimes it takes work, but in the end, it makes you a better engineer. it is a kind of process that you can't learn in school or working on projects with others, because it's, tens of millions of people are using this desktop, or even more. We can't tell, right? And it has to work. And in the end, that process, there's some really famous people out there in the GNOME world, or that worked on GNOME, that you might be familiar with. So if you've known GitHub, the CEO of GitHub used to work on the GNOME project. And he occasionally stops by our IRC and says hello. So, he hasn't forgotten his roots either. The founder of GNOME is a distinguished engineer at Microsoft. The person who is the senior VP of browser engineering at Mozilla, basically, he's the person who's overseeing the development of the Firefox browser. Used to work on the file browser of Nautilus, or the Nautilus, the file browser. So, there are people out there in places right first contribution to open source or free software was on the GNOME project. And so it is to work on GNOME is people understand what kind of accomplishment, especially in the old school circles. Today in corporate open source, a lot of them have forgotten the kind of engineering work, but they are the beneficiaries of them every day. If you've ever used systemd or dbus or any of those other things, that was all engineered in the GNOME desktop. Developers. And we continue to develop software that other projects use. So we continue to be a citizen. So I thought I'd focus a little bit about what's on the teams we have today. And we have a lot to offer prospective volunteers. And we're a full stack project. I mean, I can't think of anything that we couldn't even if you're a poet or a theater, you're working, all of those are super. And words to your will, or think of creative means of visual means, are all things that can be translated in the world. And so there's no one shouldn't look at an open source or free software project as just a endeavor. It is a full stack endeavor. We are building to deliver something. It's almost like delivering a product, almost organized as a company. So every skill set is repeated. I'll start with a couple of things that are developer related. A lot of things, if you're interested in bug triage, a lot of times we get a lot of bugs, and it can be overwhelming. But being able to take those bugs, put them to the right place, find them, close them, all those things. If they're duplicate, you could close them and say this is a duplicate of this. So that bug triage is something that takes pressure away from being a maintainer. A maintainer or a project has so much other responsibility. Able to have people take that burden away from them. We have a lot of core applications, and this is a lot of the entry points are interested in GNOME, because the core applications have many different languages. JavaScript or some of these others, then that's good. So then there's DevOps. Now that we moved to GitLab as a platform, it has been continuous integration has become a big thing now, and so being able to containerize the workflow and be able to run tests and things like that, all of those things. In fact, we don't have a lot of, and DevOps is something I know I personally can use in some of the projects I am involved in, and so that's an important. And for those who are looking for ways to try out different ideas, one of the great things about GNOME is it's always been my lab of testing things out that I can't really do at work. And so it's because it's okay to fail, right? So you weren't better off more than you were before. So this is a great thing is being able to test an idea and then say I got it to work. Then you go back to work and say, hey, work people, I got it working. So DevOps, and there's QA, high quality is always a good thing. So be able to build tests. Now that we're having containers and be able to build images of the GNOME desktop, we can now run QA tests on them. So you continue to have high quality releases over time. And release engineering is also sort of implied here as well. If you have an understanding of how to software, especially in open source, this is a great. A lot of that translates to outside. If you're working for a company doing open source, understanding how release management works for is and of course there's user support, developer relations. All of these, there's a lot of drama that happens on open source projects like ours, free software. So that's, and especially something so personal, right? We build so many different kinds of workflows based on how we interact with our computers. When they break, we can be quite upset. Workflows and how to explain why something was changed is a good thing. Then if you're technically inclined, you're going to have how the platform works, writing tutorials and documentation is able. Maybe you started coming in a little bit, but if you went back and put some great tutorials or documentation, then the next wave of people who come in and who's trying to puzzle things out, they find it easier, right? That's something that's and if you're an experienced or just really inclined, and the lower libraries are quite great, like the GTK. There's lots of things that deals with mathematics, things that deal with hardware, product stuff, the core libraries. There's a layer there that works closely with the hardware, dealing with the drivers, the display drivers, all those things kind of bubble up into the GTK. Now that we have a new display technology called Wayland, it's even more important to understand levels. Now they're harder to get into because all these code bases are really old and they develop their own kind of personality over time. And so, and so a lot of times there's a lot of quirks and things like that, and it's really good to. But here, this is where if you get a contribution in. I talked a little bit about containers earlier, but the infrastructure team is really the system. Everything runs on or OpenShift, and so being able to administer all these services, it's always good. A lot of our systems administrators, who started off actually doing something else. One of started off as a lawyer in law, was getting his law degree, and then ended up in systems administration. But a lot of it, he got to start working on the GNOME project, and now he works for Red Hat in their data center. So there's always these opportunities to find there, and of course, you're always rubbing shoulders with other people. now that we're building regular images, really that need to have there's also we have a lot of web services having I'm not quite paying attention to the people chatting on the public chat. I'll get to it. All right. So if you're not technically inclined or maybe just a bit scared to start, you can always start with translations. Not developer, not technical, because everything is. But if you have if GNOME Desktop doesn't have quite the support for the language, your native language, then
Sri, sorry to interrupt again. Your audio is missing again.
but the what now?
Your audio is missing again. Now it's okay. I think you need to hold your mic around you.
I think so. I don't know. It's because something is automatically changing the gain on this, and I don't. So
Yeah.
I'm not doing anything. But then when I look at the controller, it is slidden, and I think this is something to do with this version of Fedora, and
Probably. So, yeah, because we got someone asking you they cannot hear your voice clearly. So, sorry to interrupt.
I sort of see. All right, so so translation and things like that. In fact, a lot of the uh, so, if you're in translation, are of course very
Sri, sorry to interrupt again. I think your audio is now missing
Yeah, we
completely.
are losing you.
It's changed
We are
again.
losing you.
It's changed again. It's changed again. I can't.
Sorry, mate.
I'm like, I have to keep one eye. Oh, look, I see it going down as I talk. Oh my gosh. What is happening here?
Yeah.
Now you see, I'm demonstrating why it's hard to do. It's I don't know what to do with this now because it's going down by itself, and I don't.
Yeah. Now we are missing you again. I think something on game limiter or something.
I can't know what. Okay, is it better now?
Yes.
Okay, I'm setting it in. Oh, I see it go down again. It sounds like it's like auto.
Yeah. No, we cannot hear you. We cannot hear you. No, we can't hear it again. Yep. No audio at all. I don't know what
Yes,
happened.
no audio now.
Yeah, nobody
Yes,
can
we
hear
really
you.
lost you.
No.
Okay, how about now?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. All right. That's bizarre. All right. Oh, this desktop is losing patience with me. I'm gonna move forward and try to finish it before. So the other great thing is documentation. People need to know how to use their desktop, and so having a user's guide is something that should happen, and so that's constantly changing. So so every release there's new strings, so you have to upgrade the user guide with new features and things like that. It's just an invaluable way to help out the project, and they're a great group of people. And this is my favorite because I'm on this team, and so this is the engagement, marketing, and outreach. And there's so many different pieces here. People, if you're an artist, if you're somebody who likes to work with video, if you like doing marketing, you like doing the outreach, and all of that, then that's going to be something that's okay, I was trying to say, okay, it's good, it's okay. So, or if you like to write, you'd like to do blog posts, things like that. We're starting a whole initiative to redo our webpage. So the web content all needs to be changed and be better than it is. So those are great examples of what you can do there. And so, I mean, if you're into finances or technical things, then there is we are a nonprofit, so fundraising for events, fundraising for specific initiatives, donations. All those things are important for the project, and also to pay our executive director and their staff. So those are great things. There's things like grant writing. There's a lot of grants out there that, for instance, if you wanted to help people who have accessibility issues, there's a lot of nonprofits that will give out grants to help their particular set of people who have problems and help improve their lives. So those are things. And if you're a company or something, want to do partnerships, so there's things there as well. So partnering up with a company or to help fundraise is another great example. And of course, events like this one, right? GNOME Asia. A lot of work goes into events like GNOME Asia, a lot of planning, and big kudos to the GNOME Asia conference team for putting all this together. But all those, it needs people to fill in there. And we have all kinds of events. There could be lectures and seminars, one-day events. We just did a multiple-day event like 2 weeks ago for a conference called Linux App Summit. And Christy here has worked quite hard on getting all that put together, along with a number of other people. And this was a joint venture with KDE, our sister project. And so it's an effort to kind of build a united front, a meta community of desktop people, so that we can make the desktop ecosystem great for apps everywhere, right? So that kind of thing. And there's going to be a one-day event further around in Paraguay. So maybe you want to volunteer for an event in Asia somewhere. Those are great things that we can help out with. And you want to volunteer time to spread GNOME or anything like that, then there's a chance there as well. And I have a couple of initiatives that I run. I do scalable onboarding as one. I see I have like 7 minutes left, so I'm going to try to finish this as fast as I can. Scalable onboarding, which is I'm trying to solve the problem. How do you build teams inside GNOME, and how can you do that in a scalable way? Because every time you grow, if you grow too fast, then there'll be some other parts that become stressed, right? So it's not a matter of just throwing more developers at a problem. You need to figure out other parts, and so that's another thing. Exercise Rebooted is solving a particular problem. It's actually a specific idea, and I'm trying to grow a community, and all those skill sets I was talking about before, I need them too, but to solve a particular problem. And then there's things like university outreach, where we're trying to reach out to universities and build, I guess, groups, GNOME groups or something of that nature, uh, uh, that support each other and talk about great. I don't want to say how great GNOME is, because clearly this microphone needs to be fixed. So anyway, but one of those kinds of things. So so anyway, that's another set of stuff. So I'm kind of at the end of my talk, and so if you're interested in being part of the GNOME family, and you're feeling really like excited and pumped up about all the things I've talked about, there's an Etherpad that you can join on there, and then you can fill it out as just your name, your email address we can contact you at, and maybe what kind of things you're interested in. And so check us out and see if some of that is interesting to you, and we can help onboard you and whatnot. So there you go. And I think that's the last slide. And thanks for listening to me and dealing with my microphone problems and whatnot. You can reach me at shri@gnome.org or shri@ramkrishna.me. I'm on Twitter, although that's just politics these days, and not much GNOME stuff. There's my LinkedIn, and I'm free to take some questions.
Okay, Sri, if you care enough to look at the shared notes.
Yeah.
On the left side. Okay, there's 2 questions for you.
Okay. I don't have let me move this thing to the other window so I can actually read. Okay. Shared notes. Okay. What kind of fundraising do you usually do? So right now we're kind of focused mostly on increasing the number of donations from our community. So we want to be able to get more folks that are using our GNOME software to donate on a monthly basis or something to that effect. I haven't looked at research grants, but any kind of grants are great. And I said grant writing is fine. And if there's someone who knows how to do research grants and apply for them, then that's great. I had an idea one time about how to put in software to kind of help people who maybe couldn't use their fingers anymore, and like, figure out how to write code with just using your voice or sounds. And there's all kinds of ways to help people who may have a disease or something that makes them hard to type, and in that way they're able to make a living and still write code or do whatever and still use their brains, even though they may not be physically able to do it before. So things like research grants are great, and it helps the human race. The second question, how to promote GNOME in the easiest way. If you use good high-res monitor, there's these days, like, videos are a big thing. So if you do short videos that says, here's how I use GNOME and here's some interesting things on there, that's a great way to promote GNOME if you're interested in that way. If you have, and also if you do those kinds of things, you can tag the GNOME Twitter account, and we can retweet it or anything like that. Or we have a presence on most of them: Facebook, Twitter, and I'm drawing a blank. Mastodon. And I think that's That's it. Oh yeah, I just and LinkedIn. So those are great ways to promote GNOME in sort of a low way. Uh, uh, I don't want to say low effort, but a lowest barrier. So those are good ways to promote GNOME. But let your enthusiasm run wild, and if you want, you can tag some of us, and we can have conversations online that talks about cool things that GNOME is doing. So there's all kinds of ways to promote GNOME. And I'm very very enthusiastic about doing all those things.
Okay, Sri, thank you for your time. On behalf of the organizer, we also sorry for the technical problem because we should be more alert to that. Um,
I have no idea what was causing that.
because I'm kind of listening quite well to you, but some may not.
Yeah.
So that's why I let it just go through. But never mind. I think I think in the end you solve the problem. I mean, you just have to speak a lot closer to your microphone. That's all.
Yeah.
So so again, really thank you for your time. Appreciate, love the presentation, and see you again. Hopefully when we have this conference live.
All right. That would be fantastic.
Yeah, they will be the same here. All right. Thank you.
Thank you. Have a great day. All right.
Same to you. Same to you.
Bye bye.
Bye bye.
The GNOME team is proud to present the new 3.38 release. This version increases performance and stability, as well as a host of new features for security, convenience, and fun. GNOME has a few revised app icons to add to the mix, as well as other design improvements, adding battery percentage to the indicator and restart to the power off options. We've added a new welcome tour, which appears after install to help new users feel right at home. Application launchers can now be rearranged and organized and moved in the grid to reflect what's important to you. This allows you to make the app grid your own, as well as making it easier to find apps when you need them. With the
Hi, I'm Jason Clinton, and I'm one of the hundreds who worked on GNOME 3. GNOME 3 is better because we more deeply integrate with your hardware. For example, if the operating system indicates that suspend is known to work on your laptop or desktop, we show a suspend option in the user menu. Otherwise, we show power off. If the operating system indicates that you are using a touchpad, we show only those options which your device supports. And since GNOME 3 can benefit from hardware acceleration, we automatically detect that that is working and change to fallback mode if necessary. This is one of the many ways that we've made GNOME 3 better.
The code of conduct is also very specific as to we call them protected classes of people. So we don't discriminate based on age, body size, caste, citizenship. Well, you can read all of those here. And this is a set of things that you cannot choose. Basically, they are part of who you are. And therefore, it doesn't make sense to set people aside based on these characteristics or to set them apart. So we try to have this list of protected classes to consider them specially, you know. Why do we have a code of conduct? Well, when you have a good code of conduct, it gives people a baseline for good behavior within the project. It tells people what things are acceptable, what things are not acceptable in very specific terms. This also makes people safer because they have an official committee within the project, in this case the Code of Conduct Committee, that they can ask for help if they run into a problem, like someone is harassing them, or if somebody does something inappropriate. We have a very clear wording of what is inappropriate and what's appropriate, and so people can ask for help with a good reassurance. Sadly, it is the case that sometimes free and open source software is pretty terrible in terms of how people treat each other. There's a lot of documented cases of things like sexism or racism in the spaces that people use to work on free and open source software, and we don't want that in GNOME. We want GNOME to be a place where women can go in safely and do their best work. We want GNOME to be a place where, you know, Black people, people of color, non-white people can go in and be free of racist harassment. We want GNOME to be a place where we don't harass people because of their age. You know, people are not too old to do good work here. People are not too young. They just are people, and they can participate automatically. And we want GNOME to be a safe space and not have the, you know, the bad reputation that other projects have acquired through not having codes of conduct. If you look at published statistics for participation of women, for example, in free and open source software, it's much lower than in, you know, mainstream technical computer work. Like if you look at the statistics for how many women work in software companies, it's a lower percentage than men, which is a problem, and we need to fix that. But for free and open source software, it's even lower. It's much, much lower. So yeah, we want this to be a fair space for people to work in GNOME, to be a nice place to be in. So why do we have this code of conduct specifically? There are many codes of conduct. We could have picked any of them, but we chose this code of conduct, or rather, we hired an expert to write the code of conduct for us. The GNOME Foundation contracted out with Otter Technology, which is run by Sage Sharp. Sage Sharp is an expert in code of conduct and code of conduct enforcement. And they helped us write our current code of conduct based on their pretty extensive experience with the Linux kernel, the Python community, other codes of conduct. So our code of conduct is professionally written. It's not just some nice words we put on a page. It's professionally written. We actually got some training on how to enforce it. We'll talk about this in a bit. Before GNOME had its current code of conduct, years ago, people didn't realize what a big problem harassment could be in software spaces. So the code of conduct we had was very small. It was basically a very small list of ways to be nice in the project. Be considerate of people, don't start flame wars, read what people write carefully and try to figure out their intent instead of assuming the worst from the beginning. And, it was very abstract, not really useful. But the main problem there was that it did not clearly specify things that were unequivocally bad behavior. It didn't say we consider this bad behavior or we consider this harassment, so don't do that. It didn't say that, so we needed to fix that. After we had that, GNOME formed a working group to write a new code of conduct, and they wrote one up after about a year or a year and a half of work. And we started using that for events, for conferences. But basically for people reasons, we could not apply that code of conduct for the whole project. It was just for events. Finally, the foundation executives decided that it was time to do something about it. So we hired Sage Sharp, a professional who has this consultancy called Otter Technology. And Sage was very kind in writing this new code of conduct for the GNOME project. And that's what we have now. The code of conduct was ratified by the foundation board a couple of years ago. And then we took a vote with the whole foundation membership to see if they agreed to put the code of conduct in place. And yeah, the foundation membership, all of you decided that yes, we're going to have this code of conduct. It's fine to use, so that's what we're using now. So, how do you report an incident? If you experience something bad while in the project, or if you see someone else being harassed or things like that, what can you do? The first thing you can do is you can mail the code of conduct committee with this email address, conducts@gnome.org. That's for online activities. And when we have the opportunity to be in person again in a conference or a hackfest or an event, there will actually be the conference staff will actually be able to help you and to redirect you to the Code of Conduct Committee so that we can assist you. All the reports that you make to the Code of Conduct Committee are absolutely confidential. Nobody except the people in the committee and yourself have any knowledge that you reported something. We are very careful to maintain confidentiality so that, if someone is harassing you, they won't know that you made an accusation against them. So we're very careful to keep that confidential. We even have procedures for when there is a conflict of interest. For example, if you want to make a report against someone who is already in the Code of Conduct Committee or in the foundation staff, we have a procedure for that. You can mail the other members of the committee individually, and we will handle things so that the person you are reporting will find that you are making a report against them. So we have a procedure for everything like that. So how can one be a good person in GNOME? Well, the Code of Conduct makes a few recommendations. It's basically about treating other people with humanity, treating other people as you would like to be treated yourself, by listening to them, by being considerate to their needs, to their background. For example, you may want to see if a person is asking something in a mailing list or in a chat venue, and if they make a question and you think the question is, a beginner's question, a very basic question, you don't go and say, "Oh, hey, you don't know anything. You are clearly very inexperienced." Instead, you can try to ask them a few questions like, what sort of documentation they already consulted? Did they find any examples confusing? Can you give them a hand with their code or with their designs? Can you help them reach the right people who might know the answer to their question? It's things like that. Not making, inappropriate comments online or in person. Like if you wouldn't make this comment to a stranger in the street, you wouldn't make it to someone online. So it's things like that. This is the slide I wanted to show. With examples of good behavior within GNOME. The last one is one of my favorites. Try to be concise. Sometimes people have a hard time reading everything that was already written in a discussion, so they keep going over and over and over around the same points. So it's nice. It's nice behavior to just read the whole thing or try to understand as much as possible as you can about something before commenting further. Being patient with people if they are having a hard time understanding. We do complicated technical work sometimes, and it's hard to understand. For some people, it has taken years to acquire the level of expertise they have. So it's nice manners to remember that and to be mindful that other people might need some time to get things. To be considerate and respectful of people. Try not to criticize people based on their choice of tools. Like, if people are used to other software tools than the ones you prefer, that's fine. It's people, just respect people's choices, Being respectful of different viewpoints and experiences, just like you would be with your friends or with people in your family or with people in the street, co-workers. And the Code of Conduct also has a very specific list of things we consider inappropriate behavior, intimidation, stalking, following people, following behind people during conferences, even when they have told you to please stop doing that. People who disrupt online discussion with, just flames or bad arguments or arguments in bad faith. People who try to interrupt talks during conferences with, by just harassing the speaker and asking, insidious questions over and over. Of course, horrible things like sexist or racist or homophobic or transphobic comments. Ableist language, which means not being considerate of people with disabilities or people who with reduced ranges of motion, things like that. Of course, unwelcome sexual attention is not appropriate behavior within GNOME or behavior that contributes to a sexualized environment. Let me tell you a pretty bad anecdote about this. Some years ago, I attended a conference, fortunately not a GNOME conference, it was a conference in Mexico. And one of the speakers, the background for his slides was all very faded out, but it was just very faded out nude women with the black text in the front. And he was just trying to be funny or edgy or something. And that's a horrible thing to do to attendees in your conference. You know, that creates a sexist environment, and it's just not a good thing to do. So that's something we don't want in GNOME. Violence or threats of violence, that's of course completely unacceptable. So the reason we have this very specific list of inappropriate behavior is that sometimes bad people, unfortunately, try to argue about whether the rules apply to them or whether what they did was actually bad or not. So that's why we have it. The Code of Conduct mentions that we try to give precedence to people's safety instead of to privileged people's comfort. What does this mean? For example, let's say, and I'm going to make the specific example of sexist comments because it's a very common problem in environments like free software where the majority of people are men. When you're in an environment with mostly men, you might have the case that people make sexist comments almost without thinking about them. And even if that's the way men are used to talking amongst themselves, it's something they can fix. It's something they can try not to do consciously, because we're giving precedence or preference to the safety of everyone else, of women, of non-men people. So that's the idea. We try to keep people mindful of the privilege they have, you know, privilege due to gender, privilege due to their level of knowledge, privilege due to their economic position. Pardon me. We, for example, say, we had a case a few years ago where some women in the GNOME project organized a women's dinner for one of the conferences. You know, they carved out a little safe space for themselves, and they made a women's only dinner, which is perfectly fine. And we had a guy complain to the foundation board that, oh, but this is a sexist thing because they are not allowing men into their women's only dinner. And, you know, the case is that if you want to attend a men's only dinner, you can go along with any other of the dinner groups that get formed during large conferences. And forming a women's only dinner is not a sexist thing. It's just carving out a safe space. It's like you know, during pride parades, it would be like heterosexual people complaining that the queers are discriminating against them by making their own parade. That doesn't make any sense. So in the Code of Conduct, we give precedence to people, to marginalized people, you know, rather than people who want to maintain their privilege and their comfort. What do we do at events, at physical events, which I really hope we can have again soon? Well, we have staff. We have staff members for the event, and we give them training on how to take code of conduct violation reports. Most of the time, they can just redirect. Most of the time, we try to have people in person who are part of the code of conduct committee, or people who have taken training for how to do incident response at events, so that they know, how to take people to a safe place within the conference, to make them safe, give them a little water, give them some time to wind down, and then they can explain what happened. This is a bit different from online activities, where we just the best we can do is to have an email alias that people can mail safely to present any reports, or they can mail the Code of Conduct Committee members individually if they wish. And the committee is careful to keep reports confidential. We keep them outside of the GNOME infrastructure, so that, for example, if you have a report against one of the GNOME sysadmins who can access all the GNOME machines, so they will not have access to Code of Conduct reports. What happens when someone violates the Code of Conduct? Well, the committee has a meeting to discuss that case. We try to gather as much evidence as possible from the person who made the report. If they mentioned any witnesses, or if any other witnesses got involved in the report, we ask them to see what they know. And we discuss privately what to do. What actions might we take against people who violate the Code of Conduct? Well, sometimes it might be enough to give them a verbal warning or an email warning. Sometimes we have the power to remove someone from a conference if they are harassing somebody, or we can tell the conference staff to prevent someone from coming into the venue again. For example, if someone is getting aggressive or is inciting violence.
To interrupt, so actually we have 3:25. Maybe you can wrap it up in 1, 2, 3 minutes.
Yeah, sure. I'm almost done. We have the power to take appropriate action against people who violate the Code of Conduct. I'm not going to read you the whole list. We have taken training for how to respond to Code of Conduct reports. We're not, I don't want to say amateurs, because nobody's actually paying us for this, but we've gotten training on how to, respond to people sensibly, how to keep their information confidential, how to handle tricky cases, like when somebody is not able to give us all the information they would like about an incident violation. And you can get this kind of training too. One of the things we've been doing is to sponsor for the foundation to pay for training for people who want to be part of the incident response team. We periodically, maybe once a year or twice, we gather a few people who would like to take this training, and we pay for their training. Usually the training lasts for 4 hours. It happens online, and the training happens through role playing. One person is the harasser and the other is the incident responder, and we role play so that you can see how people respond and what actions you can take. So you can take this training. Please get in touch with us if you would like to take it in the future. And now, well, go forth and be awesome. Please go and enjoy the conference. We are here to help. If you have something to report, please mail us at conduct@gnome.org, or ask any of the conference staff to help you. And thank you. These are the 2 links for the Code of Conduct Committee so that you can see the members. And the link below is for the actual code of conduct, which you might already have read when you registered to the conference. So thank you.
Thank you, Federico, for your elaboration on the code of conduct. So we have one question here. So the questions, how many reports we get from our members, and is the COC have reduced the reports from over the years?
Yeah, we make a quarterly report available to the whole GNOME Foundation on how many reports we have handled during that period. The last one, we released it, I don't know, maybe a month ago. And it wasn't published exactly a quarter after the last one before, because we didn't have reports for a few months. So, there was really nothing to do. But we try to, our official procedure is to release one such report every quarter. We have maybe 1, 2, or 3 reports every quarter. Usually there are small things. We have handled maybe 2 big things in the past. It's hard to say whether this has increased or reduced from before, because the code of conduct has been in place for only, I think it has been in place for a year and a half or 2 years. So there's really not much that has been handled there. Maybe, I don't know. I think it's definitely under 10 reports in the last year. I don't know. Unfortunately, since we must keep the reports confidential or anonymized for the summary purposes, I cannot give you details, but it's no more than 10 in the last year. I hope that answers the question.
I hope so. Thank you, Federico, for your session. And I think maybe all of participants will obligate to the code of conduct of GNOME. And again, thank you. Thanks for your presentation. All right.
Thank you.
All right. Okay. Next one we have Philippe. Okay, Philippe. Please upload the presentation. I have made you the presenter. All right. Thanks. Okay, the next topic is developing native desktop application with GTK. All right. So if you're ready, then it's yours, Philip. All right, yeah, looks like you're ready.
Yes, just a second. I'm sharing my webcam here. Yes, a lot of dialogues. Should be. Yeah, now you should be seeing me. So hi everybody, this is my second presentation here in GNOME Asia, and this time around I'm going to talk a bit of how you can get started contributing to applications and how you can actually write your own applications. We have like a very thriving ecosystem for desktop applications now. Things have evolved very, very fast in the last years, and I want to show you a bit how you can get started and create your own GNOME apps. So these slides have some links on it. So if you're interested on following up the links, you can click on this URL here. I can also upload the slides afterwards. And actually, I could also post the link in the chat. And yeah, you can just follow up the documentation, because the point here is that I want to just show you the very basics of what are the basic concepts, and then you can just explore it on yourself, because unfortunately this is just a lot of content to cover in a simple talk. So this is more about showing you that the monster is not that big and that things can be tackled very easily nowadays. So yeah, I work on GNOME for the past, I think, 9 years. I'm lucky and privileged to work on GNOME full-time for the past 5 years for Red Hat. In Red Hat, I contribute in GNOME boxes and also in the settings in GNOME. And so I end up doing a lot of GTK application development. Recently, I have started working in this connections application, which is a remote connection, a remote desktop client for VNC and RDP. So it's an application that I started from scratch. And for that, I am inputting practice the content that I'm presenting to you here today. So it's very nice that now I get to, when I started, things were very hard, that we had GH build to building applications, and it was very hard for me to be able to create a virtual environment for building my applications without installing things on my system. But nowadays we have great technologies like Flatpak and GNOME Builder that allow you to just spin an application with a couple clicks. And this is something that has changed significantly, and that's something that I get to experience now again with GNOME Connections. So that's something very nice. So firstly, GTK is the GNOME toolkit, and it's how the GNOME applications are developed. So the window decorations, the widgets, the buttons, the graphic elements you see. And if you are using any desktop like with GNOME, like Fedora, like Red Hat Enterprise Linux, Ubuntu, SUSE, you're most likely using GNOME applications. Sometimes you might be even using GNOME applications on KDE. So yes, the cat's sleeping this time around. It's early in the morning here. Yeah, so Firefox also uses GTK, Chrome on Linux as well. So mostly they don't use directly. They are having usually some toolkits that translate into native toolkits. So in the case of XX widgets, once you're developing a XX widget application, when it runs on Linux, it's going to use GTK. When it runs in another platform, it's going to use another toolkit. We spoke with some Konami folks. Me and my colleagues spoke to some Konami folks in a DevConf conference here in the Czech Republic, and they mentioned that they are using GTK in various of their applications, but unfortunately, the nature of proprietary companies, they cannot reveal much details about it, but we suspect there is some embedded system, some game console, or things like this. And also Microsoft uses with Mono and Xamarin, so if you are developing multi-platform applications with .NET, you can also use GTK when you are like deploying on platforms that GTK is available. And if you run Steam on Linux, you'll also see the dialogues and everything is GTK. It has like this dark style that is the theme of Steam, but in the underneath technology is GTK. And we are like happy to be able to work with Valve nowadays, also with Flatpak, because Valve is distributing Steam as a Flatpak, and they are very interested on the container technologies developed by Flatpak for their gaming distribution on Linux. So I think that we are like working with them in various fronts, and that's very nice to have somebody from a completely different ecosystem than us, that's the gaming ecosystem, contributing to our ecosystem, right? These things converging. So the key concepts of GTK applications is that most of the elements are going to be widgets and containers. Widgets are the graphic elements you see, like buttons and dialogue entries and windows and things like this. And then you have containers, which are widgets that contain other widgets. So you're pretty much just putting things inside boxes, and they are like allocating each other, and the size allocation of one, it's propagating to the size allocation of others. This is going to be more clear when I get to the demo time, because also an interesting thing about this session is that in the beginning, I just want to mention a few concepts, but the core of the session is when we are going to be writing an application together. Events and callbacks is event-oriented. So when you click a button, you are connecting to some event that happens to it. And that's basically the essence of graphic applications. Users are going to interact with the UI elements, and you're going to get reactions to that. And that's gets the last bullet point in this slide. That is the single thread element of it. That there is this main loop that if you are interested on actually learning about how GUI toolkits work, there is a very interesting theory about the main loop and how integrate events. And they're asking on the chat live how I'm going to do some screen sharing, and we're going to write a little application here, and we're going to show you the step-by-step of how to get some application going. So yeah, GTK is C, is written in C with this technology called GObject that brings object oriented programming the paradigm to C programming, so you can actually write objects in C. And the reason why C was chosen is mostly because C is very low overhead in comparison to the Linux kernel and to everything on the Linux ecosystem. And thanks to this amazing technology called G-object introspection, we get to provide bindings for other programming languages. So you can actually write programs in Python, in Vala, in various other languages, and we are able to utilize the programs in C. I think that Federico probably has a talk tomorrow about G-object introspection, so that might be a very interesting one. I hope you folks watch. He's going to tell you how is it possible that you get to write a library in C or in any other programming language and generate this G-object introspection that can consume this library in various other programming languages. So yeah, I have a list of some bindings. I'm sure that there are other unofficial bindings over there, but these are the most popular ones. Python, JavaScript, like JavaScript, we have GJS, so we use JavaScript as the engine itself, so you are not actually running it in a browser, you're actually just talking to GTK and actually running just the engine itself. And then Vala, that is a programming language that was created in GNOME, and it's a language that I'm going to use on the demos today, and I'm going to also show a bit of how to do these things in Python. A few months ago, actually in September, I did a talk on the GNOME Onboarding Africa, which is the same presentation as this one. And in there, I did the examples in Python. So this time around, I decided to do the examples in Vala and allow folks to have a different perspective if you're just not such a Pythonist person like myself. And the advantage of Vala, if you are not familiar with it, is that it's actually very similar to C#, to Java. So if you come from an object-oriented programming background, you are going to find it very familiar to develop applications with Vala. So our stack is actually very, very wide. It supports various things, and you are actually interacting with the stack from various fronts in the sense that your GTK application might necessarily open files, and for that you are going to use GIO, and GIO is written on top of glib. That is the very fundamental types of our stack. So in glib you have the main loop implemented, the string manipulation things, all kinds of very fundamental things. And your application is somewhat not necessarily on the top, but like plugging these things together. And at the same time, each one of these building blocks is building on top of each other. So GTK widgets are inheriting from G-object objects, and G-object objects are implemented using glib functions and all. Most of the API is snake-cased, so for you to have an idea of how object-oriented programming gets translated into C, there is the namespace at the very beginning of the symbols, and then you have the object name, and then the names all separated by an underscore. So that's also like how you would map this concept to the usual object-oriented programming style of syntax, right, for representing things. So here I have actually a very clear example how the inheritance is implemented. So a GTK button, that is the button you see on your normal applications, it's actually a GTK bin, which is just a container that can contain a single widget, and a GTK container, which is the most abstract type of container, and then a widget, and then the widget a G-object. So this allows us for reusing the properties all the way down from G-object to GTK widget, all the way to GTK button. So this allows a lot of deduplication of code and allows for a consistent API for application development. So it's very nice that a lot of folks usually get impressed by the fact that we are able to do these things with C. And there's a lot of criticism because of C, but in the end of the day, we build a whole thriving stack on top of it. And I am very happy to see that folks are developing applications on top of the stack with safer languages that we can actually keep C to what it is and then use other languages on top. So the advantage is G-object introspection allows it for being language agnostic. The stability, GTK has been around for quite some time. GTK doesn't break API, so now we're going to have GTK 4. So in GTK 4, there'll be an API breakage because it's a major version, but there are still applications around written in GTK 2. GTK 3 is going to stay around for a few years as well. So that's something nice if you're interested on targeting Linux. You might develop in GTK for the sake of having a stable platform that is going to run around. And now with Flatpak, that's even better in the sense that your applications can bundle the libraries in case they are no longer available in a runtime. So that's even more flexibility. And being free and open source software is also a great thing, because most of the times you will want to see why some behavior is happening when you end up doing something a little bit more advanced. And it turns out that it's just about you looking at the code and finding out things. And if you buy a car and you cannot look under the hood to see what's wrong with your engine, I don't find that very useful. And that's a great thing about free and open source software and GNOME in general and everything we do. So GTK doesn't have a good multi-platform story. There's GTK on Windows. There's current work to get GTK to be better on macOS. There was always GTK on macOS, but it's getting there now. But it's still not a good multi-platform story. So if you're targeting desktop Linux, it's definitely a good choice. But you might consider other toolkits for other types of deployments. Animations is something that GTK was lacking a bit, but in GTK 4 that has been like strongly central to the development. So I think you folks can expect very nice improvements in this area. The documentation also lacks a bit in terms of quality and discoverability, but now with Google Season of Docs and other things in GNOME, we are actually going to tackle this problem. And if you are all interested in contributing, documentation is a great way to learn about the toolkit. So writing docs is also something very nice that can be contributed to the project. So here we are mentioning the target, desktop applications. There are cases where people are deploying embedded and in medium powerful devices. I have seen GTK applications in some of our Red Hat clients that are kiosks, like for buying tickets in a train station, something like ATM machines for buying things, and so medium to powerful devices, not necessarily like very edgy computing yet, but that's something that we might end up getting to at some point as well. So the tooling it's great nowadays. As I mentioned at the very beginning, that when I started, a lot of things were very raw, and it was very hard for a newcomer to overcome the learning curve and actually start feeling that you're developing something useful. So nowadays with GNOME Builder, that's very nice. It's a very complete IDE. It's one of the first, or probably the first container-focused IDE. So it's very nice that you get to select which runtime you're going to target. You can target Podman Docker containers for your deployment of applications. So GNOME Builder it's very powerful and also integrated to the other GNOME toolings. GTK Spectre is also something very nice. I'm going to show it in the demo that allows you to interactively interact with the UI elements of your application and tweak its interface for you to actually learn what needs to be done instead of doing by trial or an error. So you can actually do it. It's very similar to the web inspector that you see in most of the web engines like WebKit, that allows you to just click on a UI element and change its properties. It's very nice. And then there's DevHelp, which is a documentation browser that allows you to browse the documentation and search. And then the human interface guidelines, it's a guide available online. That there is a link at the end of the slides that the GNOME designers have concepts of how applications should look like in terms of UI and UX. So how the interfacing, the experience of users can be designed. So when you start developing your application, that's something that you definitely should look at, because GNOME has some sort of guidelines and style, and if you want to have an application that is used by GNOME users, you might want to have it looking like GNOME or integrated to GNOME ecosystem. And from an application distribution point of view, nowadays we have Flatpak and FlatHub, which is this repository of applications. So you can actually develop your applications and easily get them on FlatHub thanks to Flatpak. Meson as a build system is also something that is quite recent and has made my life so much easier, because I think that it's the first build system that I actually understand. That back in the Auto2 times, I struggled so much into making things build or linking against other libraries, and Most of the times I felt like I was copying from other projects and just trying to modify, and then when things would break, I would not know how to follow up. So Museum is a great achievement and something that started from GNOME community members and is just like taking over a lot of the ecosystem. I see that it's being used now in GStreamer folks. The virtualization folks are using it already in QEMU and libvirt. So it's flying away from GNOME and taking over auto tools in various fronts. So that's also something very nice. And then other technologies that we might gonna take a look today superficially, but you should consider while you're developing an application is the app data that defines how your application gets exhibited in software stores such as FlatHub or in graphical applications like KDE Discover and GNOME Software and things like this. And the desktop files that are actually what defines how your application looks like in terms of like the icon and the name, the visual name in the launcher and things like that. So these are like other configurations that need to be present in your application, but these are like really self-contained concepts that is very easy to grasp. So I will just do a demonstration, but the core of this talk should be about the GTK development itself. Once you have a nice application, you're probably going to take the extra step and take a look at how you can make your application distributable. So yeah, let's get going with the demo time. This is usually the moment where things go wrong, so I hope things are gonna be all right here. I'm just trying to share my screen. Yes, so at this moment, I think you folks are seeing my screen. So the first thing I wanted to start is with GNOME Builder. This is how GNOME Builder looks like. It suggests some existing GNOME projects that you can just click here and it's going to clone the Git repository and build the Flatpak of it and just launch the application in literally a couple clicks. So if you're interested in contributing to an existing GNOME application, you can just select one of them here and get started. But today we are actually going to develop an application from scratch. And I'm going to use Builder to bootstrap the project. So Builder is going to already create the basic Flatpak manifesto to be able to start the application, the basic Meson configurations for application to build, and a simple hello world in GTK so we can start evolving from there. A lot of what we do in open source software is really about evolving on top of existing technology. So you should get used to the idea that you are bootstrapping your projects based on other projects. Sometimes you might be forking or taking elements away from other projects when you are starting your own application. So since I'm going to start with Vala, let's call the project a Vala browser. The application ID is also a unique identifier that is very important for software stores, for the session management of your application, and is usually in this reverse DNS format. So it's something like org.gnome/Vala browser, let's say. And here I'm going to choose the programming language. At the very bottom, there are some templates, and there's this GNOME application one, which is for developing graphic applications. So that's what we need. But you can also develop command line tools, shared libraries, and you can, of course, start with an empty project. Builder can also do the licensing headers for you and put the license files at the right place. So this is something that is very helpful. And version control as well. You can initialize a Git repository for your project. So yeah, I just clicked here and I created the project. And the first thing I'm going to do is check the Flatpak manifesto. So Builder has this nice search bar here, and the Flatpak manifesto usually looks like the name of the project.json. So let me increase the font. I hope folks can see this. So basically, this describes how a Flatpak container needs to be built. So this is basically the information you express in order to create a Flatpak of your app. So here we have the app ID that we did on the creation of the application. Before I get further, I was just checking the chat if there was some problem, but it seems to be all right. So the runtime which you're targeting, the runtime, this is also something that you might willing to search. There is a talk that I gave on Flatpak on YouTube that I can also link. But the runtime is basically the fundamental libraries that your application needs to link against, and this is maintained by your distributor. In case here GNOME platform is maintained by the GNOME community and has the basic library. So if you have a runtime install, all the applications are targeting that specific runtime version. And this way we get to reuse most of the libraries. So Flatpak can bundle libraries that your application depends, but the most common used libraries amongst other applications are part of the runtime. The SDK is what provides the headers and the development files that are necessary for your application to build. But at the runtime, you only really need this. So your users actually only need the runtime, and you as a developer are actually going to use the SDK. So here is the command that is going to run the binary. Here on the finish arg session, we have the container permissions. So here we can actually tell what we want our application to use as a system resource. So the network, we want also to be able to use the graphics socket, so we are able to draw things on the screen. Later on, you can actually give a file system access in case your application needs to access files. You can set permission to play audio playbacks and things like this. And then Flatpak is going to have, actually this XDG desktop portal technology is going to have this permission store that is going to mediate what's an application allowed to do or not. So this is very interesting step towards us sandboxing applications and limiting what an application can do and making the user on control of what an application is doing on their behalf. So here's some cleanup that happens after the build. So removing mostly development things that are not accessible from the outside. And here we finally have the modules. Since it's just a simple application, we just have one module, which is the application itself. And here is the name of it, the build system that is used. And here are the sources. Builder already set the source to the path in my local file. So later on, once you publish your application, you probably want to change this to the Git repository of your application. Or to a tarball, you also are able to put here an archive and set the source code of your application in an archived format. Anyway, so since we have reviewed a bit of the manifest, let's build this. So here in the top, Builder has this play button that is going to simply just run Flatpak build with this manifest and run the application, and suddenly we have a hello world window. So that's the application. Okay, I was just checking the chat again. It's very weird about virtual conferences that you're just not staring at people's faces and seeing whether they are following what you're doing or not. So I hope things are okay. Let's get started with our application development then. The application has a window, and so let's start by editing this window and adding some UI elements to it. So we have two window files, the .ui that describes how the GTK elements are organized, and then the Vala file, which is the source code of our application that actually has the logic. So here, Builder already generated the basic GTK application window object that it's the window itself. Here is the label, and the label has this GTK child annotation that is mapped to the UI file. So here you see that there is a template that is mapped to this application. So that's how we are able to connect the logic expressed in this Vala file to the logic, to the UI elements in the UI file. So the UI file is an XML file, and it basically defines the template with the widget that we are deriving from. We are always deriving from widgets. So if you want to develop a window, you're actually going to start from getting the GTK application window and then creating your own window on top. So here we have the child of this window that is a header. So it's this top bar that you see in most of GNOME applications that can have UI elements. You see here on top of GNOME Builder. You can see in various other GNOME applications. And here are the properties of these widgets. We're going to go through the developer docs once we are going to be developing our application itself, and going to see which properties are available and how to discover properties and all. And then here at the very bottom, we have this another child element, which is in the content area of that window that has the label Hello World. So let's change Hello World to Hello GNOME Asia. Let's save it and press play here on the top. And there we have it. So it's very nice to do this interactively, that you are making small changes and building and seeing the results of your changes. Because if you start adding up changes and something goes wrong in between, it's very hard to get back to your changes. So it's like a programming practice to do small steps. Okay, so let's get this application to be interesting. So I want to develop a web browser. I think that web browser is a very interesting concept in the sense that we are plugging technologies and showing how our toolkit is very flexible in the sense of connecting WebKit, which is the library that renders the web pages, with GTK. So I think that this is something nice and usually amazes people up because shows how powerful our toolkit is, how much you can achieve with so little code. So here's the mise file that describes how to build the application, and this is specifically how to build the source file. So here we have a list of the Vala files, and here are the dependencies. So I'm going to add the WebKit GTK dependency, which is the library that provides the web engine for GTK applications. So this is something you can definitely find in the documentation. I'm not going to specify any version because whatever version is in the runtime should just work. So I just add this WebKit GTK dependency, and now I'm going to use it in my code. So here in Vala, we are going to create a web view, which is this widget that renders the internet. So I'm going to make a private widget, and I'm going to call it WebKit web view. That's the type of it, and let's call it web view for the sake of being consistent. And the web view needs to be initialized, so go equals a new WebKit web view. That's about it. Let's add it to this application window. Our application window is a container, so let's just add to it. Or actually, I'm going to convert this label into a box and add it to that box. So I'm gonna create a box here. A GTK box is a container widget. So adding. So now we're gonna go to that UI file and make sure that that label is a box now. We actually can call it content area. So boxes don't have labels, and these are label specific attributes. So it's just a simple box. Yeah, and here are the boxes. I'm going to call it content area. Right. So let's get back to the web view. I want to know what I can do with this web view. What are the methods? And it's nice that in Vala, we have the Valadoc. Valadoc is an online documentation repository, so you can actually search for all the bindings available for Vala. There's also here some very nice tutorials and getting started guides. So let's get to web view, the WebKit web view. So here we have the whole inheritance hierarchy. And let's see all the methods we have. So various things that we can tweak about the web view. What I'm interested in is into loading a web page. This is probably the most fundamental thing I want a browser to do. So here there is a load URI, request loading of the specific URL string. So that's nice. So we're going to tell our web view to load URI, and we're going to put here as a URI gnome.org. Let's make sure that all the widgets are visible. So let's call a show all on them. The web view is also contained in a box, so maybe it needs to expand to fill the whole area. In Vala, the types are, yeah. So we need otherwise the web view is going to just request the minimum size it needs. But if we tell it to expand, it's going to expand graphically to fit the whole window space. So that's what we want in a browser. We want the maximum amount of space for the browsing. But anyway, a lot of talking, and let's just build. So you see here, there's already an error because I call this a box, and actually it's a content area. Building, and we got it. So now you see that it's loading. There's a lot of WebKit logs here, but the application is already working. We have the GNOME page, the GNOME.org page here loaded. I can click and browse around. I don't have any graphic feedback about the loading because I should actually connect some sort of spinner to it, but this is something that we're gonna interactively add to our application. So yeah, a basic browser is already available. But what is a browser if I cannot enter the URL, right? I cannot enter the address of the page I want to do. So let's do that first. Here on the top, we have this hello world string, and it would be nice to have there actually the entry where you type the the web address. So here is the header bar with the title. I'm going to remove the title from it, and I'm going to add a child widget. And this child widget is going to be a GTK entry. And I'm going to add an ID as URL entry. So let me close this, make it visible. Right, so let's test. There we have it. So it's here in the corner and not nicely, and it doesn't do anything because I haven't connected in the Vala code. So I just placed the widget there and there is no event being connected from it. So let's improve things over here. The child type, I think that setting here as a title bar is also going to put it at the very center of the window. No, that's probably title, the name. Yeah, there we go. So now it's centered. We probably want to make it expand. Well, that's actually a very nice moment to introduce the GTK inspector. There's a Ctrl-Shift-I shortcut that allows to bring this very powerful GTK tool that allows us to interact with the widgets live. So this is the GTK inspector. We can go into details about it if there's time left. So I basically can click on the UI elements and tweak their properties. So now I have here a GTK entry as the focused object, and I get to interact with these properties. So let's pull some toggles around. If I tell it to expand horizontally, it's going to take the whole space. This is nice. This is something that I definitely would like to have in my web browser. If I look at Firefox, the URL entry expands as much space as it needs. So that's nice. So let's check. The property we toggled for that is hExpand, which means horizontal expand. So let's do that. This is a GTK widget property. So let's tell it true. So now, right. So let's connect these GTK entry events to actually get the browser to react when the user types something over there. So we can express this by doing signal name, and activate is the signal that is emitted once the user presses enter on a GTK entry. These are things that we can check on the GTK entry documentation in the Valadoc website. So I can see here the activate signal. The activate signal is emitted when the user hits the enter key. Exactly what the browser is, right? We press the enter key and we get somewhere. So we connect to a handler, and the handler is a method, is a function of our GTK application window that we want. So I'm gonna call it on URL entry activated. It's just a common practice to call events in this active case of English, or like, oh, once this happens, do that. So I think it's just logical. So let's add this callback. So let's, yeah, I'm gonna probably call it private void. And here I need to annotate it as a GTK callback. This is how I tell the GTK template that this is a callback that is connected to an event. So it's going to make sure that there is at least one signal that is connected to this event. So what we want to do once the entry is activated is to load a URL. So first of all, we need to actually have a reference on that URL entry so we can actually check its content. So I'm going to add here another property, and it's going to be a GTK entry, and I'm going to call it URL entry. It's important that these names here match to the ID ones. I feel the builder has actually a very nice feature that I can put things side by side, right? Yeah, there we go. So the URL entry ID over here needs to match to the name of the reference here. So once that's done, I would be able to have a variable called URL that gets the content of the URL entry. So I need to check on a method to get the content of the URL entry. GTK entry has a method called getText, yes. So retrieves the content of the entry widget. So that's exactly what we want. We want to get the text that is written there in a string format. So get text. Once we have this text, we want to tell the web view to load that text. And we already actually saw how the web view can load something by just calling this load URI method, right? So let's just do the very same thing here. Load URI, and now instead of passing the GNOME URI, we're gonna pass this variable. That done, let's build and see if everything works. So there's a dot here that is not supposed to be on the annotation. Yes. Yeah, this is the same syntax as this child widgets here. So no space, no dot. And load URL, it's URI, not URL. So another typo. That's the life of a programmer. It's painful. All right. So the page is loading, and I'm gonna try typing something else. We haven't introduced any URL parsing or anything, so I actually need to type the whole protocol, otherwise the web view is clueless about the address, but this is some further interaction that we need to do. So now I'm gonna put my personal web page, press enter, and hope it loads. It loaded. So now we have a browser that actually can do stuff. Right. Well, let me check the chat first because I might be completely lost. Yeah, I think you folks are there. So another functionality a web browser has is this back and forth button. So let's see if we have time to add them. I see we might be running a little bit out of time. So here on the header bar, let's pack some widgets. That is going to be a GTK box that is going to contain these forward and back buttons. I see here in Firefox that there's these buttons and they are grouped here in the very top corner. So let's try to do something like this. So I'm gonna create a box, and inside this box, we're gonna add a bunch of buttons. This box needs to be visible as well. There are graphic editors for writing graphic interfaces, but I really find the most convenient way for learning and also making sure your application does exactly what you want by writing them by hand. This is something that kind of ends up growing on you at some point. You are writing too many UI files and suddenly you are doing this automatically. It's a bit therapeutic for me to write these files because it's very verbose, and I get to have an overview of the graphic interface on my application by just identifying the code from the left margin. So for me, that's something that really matches to how I map the visual concepts of an application to its implementation. So this is a button with an image inside. So because these buttons, they have visible, they have just an image. They are not text buttons, right? You don't want to have a button that says back. We want to have a symbolic icon on it that points where you want. This is very helpful for not having to translate strings, not losing things on translation. So here we can do icon name, and then we're going to provide the name of the icon. I am in Silverblue, so I actually need to open a container to be able to do this, but there's this binary application that is the icon browser. It comes with GTK, so if you have a GTK installed, you are going to be able to just run this GTK3 icon browser and see all the icons available in GTK. So what we are looking for is a go back and go forth button, right? And the symbolic variant, which is this very simple colored one. That's what Firefox does. This is what Builder does. These buttons are usually the symbolic ones. So I know from experience that it's called go previous symbolic, but you can really explore things. So here we have the scalable size and all. I can just copy to clipboard the name of it. Right, so let's get back here, and the icon name is go previous symbolic. Let's build the application. And there we have the button. So since we are already here, let's add the other button to go forward. Let's build and hope. I'm pressing a Control F. Oh, I got the name wrong, so it's not go forward. It's probably go next. Yeah, yes. So now we have the buttons. I am using a shortcut Control F5 to build, but it's the same as going up here and pressing this play button. So now we have these buttons. I wanted to actually cover CSS if we had some time. So unfortunately, we don't have much. So let's actually open the inspector and do a bit of CSS. GTK supports CSS for styling the application, so that's something very nice that I'm going to show you. Here, I'm going to get these buttons and go to the box that I added. You remember here that there is a box that contains these two buttons. And I'm going to add to it a CSS class. CSS class. Well, CSS node. Yeah, there we go. That GTK has as a preset that makes two objects, UI elements merged with each other. So I am going to add in, it's called linked. And you see how they suddenly just merged there in the interface. Now they look like they are connected to each other, and that's something very nice. But CSS is very powerful in GTK. So for instance, I could make all the widgets have a constant background, a different background. So now my browser is red. Let's say the images can be red, only the image, so only the buttons. I find it to be very useful also for debugging. Sometimes I just set like border 1 pix dotted red, and suddenly everything has a border. So it's nice for me to take a look at the size allocations. But this is very powerful. So for instance, one thing that I wanted to show you is how I can, for instance, define keyframes for animations. So I could say that I have a keyframes and it's going to be a siren, like a police siren. So I'm going for red and blue, red and blue. It's a very basic CSS. So I can pretty much say that my animation needs to go from one state to another state. So here we are going from background being red to background being blue. So this is the definition of my keyframes, and I'm going to tell my GTK images to use that animation. So first I'm going to use this generic CSS animation that allows to accumulate selectors. So I'm going to tell it to repeat to the infinite and take 2 seconds to do it. And then I'm going to express the animation name here. That is this siren name that we just put here on the top. Right. So instead of using the image, let's put everything to go. Oh, the animation name is siren, not name. Yeah, there you go. So you see the whole interface is now blinking from red to blue. And this is very powerful. You can actually rotate, you can do transitions. If you are using GNOME, I wrote the user settings dialog in GNOME using CSS animations. So if you have multiple users and you're clicking here, you see this arrow moving. This is the very same concept with a keyframe and changing the size along the way and easy in and easy out to the animation. That's something very nice with CSS. If I were to add multiple users here, more users, I can get pagination. That's also something that I implemented with CSS. So we have these pages, and the arrow just has a nice animation where it just follows when it's to follow. So this is something that makes the toolkit very powerful and attractive to UI designers. And these are basically the things I wanted to show you. I'm afraid I don't have much time left, so otherwise I would try to cover a bit of connecting those forth and back and forward buttons. Yeah, so.
Yeah, Philip, maybe you can go to the questions there.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna stop sharing my screen and put here some resources. So yes, I see here in the shared notes some questions. If game applications can be developed, yes. Some of the GNOME games are developed in Vala, and it's very nice. Now in GTK4, we're actually going to have a very nice support for OpenGL, so you can actually have some graphic intensive animations and gaming things over there. So that's very nice, and I find Vala to be a very convenient language, but also Python. So yeah, definitely you can develop games. Like I'm not entirely sure which games in GNOME are, but if you check the GNOME games package, some of them are in Vala. So the other question is about multi-platform story. Yes, there is a GTK on Linux, on Mac and Windows, not on Android as far as I know. But there are some limits. There's nobody professionally or full-time working on the Windows bindings, but they are very mature. You can actually use the gedit, the GNOME text editor. It's also available on Windows. You can install over there, and I think GNOME Builder, this application that we've been using for development, also runs in Windows and macOS. We don't have Flatpak yet on those, but at the moment we would get Flatpak on Windows and Linux. Is going to be a great app revolution, because now we're going to be able to bundle a lot of libraries and get our applications running with the very similar experience that we have on desktop Linux in other platforms. But we are not quite there yet, but that's definitely something we want. Since I don't have any more questions there, I'll just point out the resources here on the slides. The developer.gnome.org has documentation, APIs, guides, and all kinds of information you need to get started. Valadoc is this page that we are browsing here before, where we are checking the API for Vala. Here below we have the Python version of it. In the developer.gnome you can find the C bindings, which are the most complete ones, because they are automatically generated from the source code, and that's where all the other bindings are based on. And if you need some help about developing applications, we have the newcomers channel on GNOME IRC, and GTK, if you have doubts about how GTK implements something, more about toolkits internals, you can actually talk to the GTK developers over there. Yes, so I guess that's it from me, and thanks for having me once again.
Wow, thank you very much, Philip. That is, I think everybody is agree that your demonstration is very good for us. We can see the real case of developing applications while using GTK. Yeah.
Thank you very much.
So yeah, we will have a long break after this. So we will start again at 4:45. So please stay tuned in this track. So the next topic is under COVID-19 pandemic, Korea community challenges and futures. For 45 by the Dang Da Hyung Sung. Am I spelling correct? Sorry. Okay, so stay tuned for the next session, and thank you very much for your participation.
The GNOME team is proud to present the new 3.38 release. This version increases performance and stability, as well as a host of new features for security, convenience, and fun. GNOME has a few revised app icons to add to the mix, as well as other design improvements, adding battery percentage to the indicator and restart to the power off options. We've added a new welcome tour, which appears after install to help new users feel right at home. Application launchers can now be rearranged and organized and moved in the grid to reflect what's important to you. This allows you to make the app grid your own, as well as making it easier to find apps when you need them. With the newly designed fingerprint dialog, setup is a breeze. You can now log into GNOME with just a simple touch. We've also added parental control settings, giving you more control over what your child can access. Sharing your computer's Wi-Fi is easier than ever with the addition of a scannable QR code to connect your mobile devices. GNOME response time is now faster while using monitors with different refresh rates. You now have even more control over your browsing experience in GNOME Web with intelligent tracking prevention, video and audio blocking options, browser tab mute and unmute, and you can now import passwords and bookmarks from Chromium. The GNOME Maps app is now resizable, adjusting seamlessly to fit the smaller screens of mobile devices. There's certainly a lot to enjoy in GNOME 3.38. We hope you enjoy using it as much as we enjoy making it.
The landscape of software development is changing. Today's users expect applications that are always on and accessible everywhere. To keep up, centralized apps are shifting to distributed cloud services, built and run by teams all around the world. With all of this complexity, software teams need a DevOps solution that enables them to become faster and more efficient while staying secure and reliable. Luckily, there's GitLab, a complete DevOps platform delivered as a single application. Get powerful collaboration capabilities like agile planning, version control, and code review, multi-cloud CI/CD that enables you to deploy anywhere, and built-in security and monitoring right out of the box. GitLab makes you fast, so you can meet business demand and react to disruptions. GitLab makes you efficient, helping you improve productivity, reduce rework, and work from anywhere. All while helping you build and maintain trust as you reduce vulnerabilities, streamline auditing, and stay compliant. What's more, everyone can contribute to this open source application, so GitLab is continuously improving. Are you ready to deliver better products faster, work more efficiently, and reduce security and compliance risk? Try GitLab today.
Hi, I'm Jason Clinton, and I'm one of the hundreds who worked on GNOME 3. GNOME 3 is better because we more deeply integrate with your hardware. For example, if the operating system indicates that suspend is known to work on your laptop or desktop, we show a suspend option in the user menu. Otherwise, we show power off. If the operating system indicates that you are using a touchpad, we show only those options which your device supports. And since GNOME 3 can benefit from hardware acceleration, we automatically detect that that is working and change to fallback mode if necessary. This is one of the many ways that we've made GNOME 3 better.
100 years old. We could eat down as we look up to the stars. We could be having a feast, show you the flavors of north. Make our way down to the south. Now you know what we're about. Hey, now, faces and places to know. Hey, now, thousands of things to explore. Hey, now, you gotta see the belief. We're ready to go. We're ready to go. Come on, gotta make a move to get there right now. Somewhere nice so we can get away. Better than the ordinary day. You're my paradise. Let me take you to the places you've been wishing. Catching sunsets when we ride the waves. Swear it's gonna steal our hearts away. You're my paradise. Gotta get you there. Somewhere nice we can get away. Let me take you to places you've been wishing for. Hey, now, faces and places to know. Hey, now, thousands of things to explore. Hey, now, you gotta see the belief. We're ready to go. We're ready to go. Come on, gotta make a move to get there right now. Somewhere nice so we can get away. Better than the ordinary day. You're my paradise. Let me
Okay, can everyone hear me?
Yes.
Okay, okay, good. Daehyun, I guess. Daehyun, would you mind testing your microphone and your cameras and everything? Because I want to avoid the incident in the first session. Before we start, at least try it, give it a try. Could you try your microphone, please? Your videos, I've made you a presenter. Already made you a presenter. Okay, your slides working. Microphone, please. Okay, I can see you. Your video is good. So test. Could you please test your voice?
Hello.
Oh, okay. Okay, good.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. We will start at 4:45 local time Malaysia. So I guess you are just 1 hour away from us. So that should be 5:45, I guess.
Okay.
Okay. Okay. So you still have 3 minutes.
Yeah.
I will turn off my camera now.
I turn off the camera. I check the.
Yes.
Yeah.
Go ahead. Go ahead. All right.
Okay. Thanks.
I'll give you the cue when you can start. Don't worry.
Okay. What's the? I explain. Please listen comfortably.
Okay, it's 4:45 on my clock. So welcome back, everyone. Hope everybody have a nice rest, freshen up, and stretch a little bit because of this type of conference. You usually sit for a long time, so maybe it's nice to stretch a little bit, move your limbs around. Okay, we are going to continue with our next presenter, Mr. Dae-hyun from Korea, and he'll be talking about the under COVID-19 pandemics and the challenge faced in Korea. So without further ado, I would like to welcome Mr. Daehyun to give his presentation.
Okay. Hello, my name is Dae Sung, and I prepared this slide under COVID-19 pandemic, Korea's community challenges and futures.
Mr. Daehyun, do you want to use your camera?
Camera, okay.
Okay. We are recording this.
Okay. Hello, my name is Dae Sung, and I present this presentation on the COVID-19 pandemic, Korea's community challenges and futures, and I explain my community experience. Please listen comfortably. Let's start with my presentation. Yeah. Let me introduce myself. My name is Dae Sung, and I'm a GNOME Foundation member in Korea since May 2017, and I'm a founder member of LibreOffice Korea team 2017, and also I'm a Document Foundation membership since January 2019. And my activity is Korean translation, GNOME, LibreOffice KDE, and etc. And also, I contribute to source code for Korean on GNOME, LibreOffice, and KDE, and etc. I mainly worked in the LibreOffice Korea team, but I also work in the GNOME Korean community. So, this is a Korea. This is Korea map. I'm here is Seoul, and I'm in Seoul, Korea. And this picture captured by GNOME Maps. And also very slow. But in this is a worldwide map, and this picture came from LibreOffice community map. I'm in here. My presentation consists of 4 parts. I summarize my works in GNOME Korea community and the LibreOffice community, LibreOffice Korean team. And first is at start 2020. At the start of 2020, I tried to promote GNOME and LibreOffice as an offline event. And next is at the start over 2020. I try to promote free libre open source software such as GNOME, LibreOffice, and etc. And in 2020, my goal is here. Spread and promote LibreOffice in Korea, and I also improve usability of free libre open source software such as GNOME, LibreOffice, and etc. in Korea as on Korean free libre open source software translator and developer and contributor. And generally, my hobby is travel something somewhere. And in January, I had traveled the Hachyeon, Gangwon province in Korea, and Shanghai and Hangzhou in China in early January 2020. This is Hachyeon, and this is Shanghai picture, and this is Hangzhou picture. But after early January 2020, COVID-19 had spread around Wuhan, China, and worldwide. Since January 2020, the COVID-19 pandemic has occurred worldwide. So, I'm personally, I saved my body. And after January 2020, many of Korea community events had been cancelled due to COVID-19. And some Korea community have changes some events from offline to online. And also many Koreans have started work from home instead of their office due to COVID-19. And in this year, I participate in two communities, GNOME Korea community and LibreOffice Korean team. GNOME Korea community is I'm one of members. I participate in GNOME Korea community, and in I'm LibreOffice Korean team leader, and I mainly promote LibreOffice in Korea. And next slide is this is the second part of my slide. Second part is GNOME Korea communities activities. I summarized the GNOME Korea communities, and GNOME Korea community annually GNOME Korea community translate software into Korean, and in this year, we GNOME Korea community renewal homepage and co-worked with Ubuntu Korea community and make a community homepage. Next slide is annually in before GNOME software release, we get spring freeze notification, and GNOME Korea community discuss translation during spring freeze period and by email, IRC, and Telegram. In Korea, IRC server is not almost use Korea's IRC server, Ojingo. And next slide, I contribute to GNOME's software Florida contribution. And now, in this year, in Korea community contribute to GNOME 3.36 software and GNOME 3.35 software. This is Korean GNOME software translation, Korean software Korean translation page, and in English said damned lies. In Korea said 빌어먹을 거짓말. And many more Korean community members contribute to this and only and in Korea's situation, and since last year we changed the offline to online, so easily move to online. So it's in COVID-19 situation, it's not problem. And also in Korea community, renewal Korea site on August 2020, and originally Korea community site is known on GNOME site, but in this year changed the GNOME site to GitHub site. So and also in collaboration with the former Korea community leader Han Yong-bin and community applied CI using CI GNOME GitHub CI. if you commit the homepage and change the review the source code and apply committers apply and change the homepages. In this way, I suggest to fix GNOME Korea homepage content. This is a new GNOME Korea community homepage. This is a link, GNOME Korea link. And in Korea, Korean people and many of Korean people almost use not use Freenode site Freenode and instead use Ojingo instead of Freenode. So I contribute to GNOME Polaris software. I submit the Korea Ojingo server list. Ojingo is Korea's #1 IaaS server. Yeah, I contribute to this, and this is link. This is common link. And third party is LibreOffice Korean team's experience. I'm a LibreOffice Korean team leader. As a LibreOffice Korea team leader, I promote LibreOffice in this year. In this year, I collaborate with LibreOffice Asia communities and such as Indonesia team and Japanese team. I collaborate with LibreOffice Japanese community. This is first is organized for LibreOffice site current, yeah. And second is in we are Japanese Korean team and Japanese bound the LibreOffice both and both is Chinese numeral on both Korean and Japanese. This is the link of source code, and also I can collaborate with the LibreOffice Indonesian contributor because in Korea this symbol is used mainly use Ga, but Indonesian contributors don't know about Korean Hangul, so I suggest to change symbol marker, change the Gi to Ga, and this is change the icons. Thanks, developed the Indonesian designer contributor. Thanks. And I'm co-working with the LIPAS event contributor. LIPA is Korea. LIPA is National IT Industry Promotion Agency in Korea. In Korea government is organized agency, and I co-work with the LIPAS event contributor. Contributor is one point word between contribution and volunteer, and I participate in the event as a mentor. I teach students and how to participate in open source activities in many LibreOffice. And in this event period is August 1 to September 16th. So. And started early August. I organized the offline and online meeting, and using Jitsi and YouTube streaming. This is the picture, and I teach how to contribute to LibreOffice on LibreOffice on an offline picture, but However, since August 15th, 2020, COVID has spread widely in Seoul and Seoul metropolitan area. This is the second wave. First wave is 2020, March 2020 in Daegu, but second wave in Seoul. So I changed the offline to online meeting using this and YouTube streaming. But I found the online meetings problem. The problem with the online meeting is that it is difficult for newbies to easily participate. And this is the online meeting capture. And I use the GC, and this is the screen capture images. And also, I participate in the open source and LibreOffice virtual conference. Presently in virtual conference for the first time, but this is building LibreOffice Korean community and GJK's common and difficult issues. But it's difficult for me because it's my first global online conference, and my English skill is very low, so it's very difficult. And also, I made a LibreOffice Korea autocorrect creator SNL file repository. So, and I participated in Heterofest 2020, and in this month, I applied the event results to LibreOffice core repository. And in this weekend, in this Sunday, I made with the support of NIPA and LibreOffice Korea and Japan community. Japan promote LibreOffice on online, and this is link, and this is the online seminar features and poster. Challenges and features. And in this year, COVID pandemic is widely. So during COVID-19 pandemic, and I think about challenges and the future, communities, challenges and future. And how to the community get involved with newbies. But many of Korean newbies don't know about the participate in open source and activities. So how to I don't know about this, and this is challenging. How to promote and participate in for newbies. And in my experience in the online conference, needs to have more equipment for online video. In this year, I bought a new laptop because my laptop is very old, so I changed the new laptop and have money. And but online meeting is a good point. Online meetings can be accessed from anywhere without having to go to site. But limitation is online meeting time is very limitation for local and global. In my time zone is UTC +9, and but in European, usually use UTC 0 time zone, so time is difficult. In the future, we hope the COVID is over, and everyone take care. Currently, COVID-19 spread in Korea is going, also worldwide. COVID-19 is spread. please wear a mask and take care. Thanks. Have any questions?
Thank you for your presentation, Mr. Daehyun. You can have a look at the shared notes on the left-hand side of the browser. There should be a question written there. I can see 3 questions there. So if you don't mind, you can respond to the questions.
Yeah.
Okay. At the shared notes.
Shared notes.
Yes, on the left-hand side of your browser. To the left. Yes, to the left, there's notes and then shared notes at the top, near the top to the left. Okay, if you don't. Yes, is there something starting from there? There are 3 questions.
3 questions. One is, I don't know, but one question is discuss with GNOME Korea communities. This is difficult for me, and this is discussed with GNOME Korea communities. So one is difficult, and the second, how can we get in contact with the GNOME Korea community? GNOME Korea community contract is in Korea, Telegram or usually Telegram and Telegram. I usually Telegram. So usually Telegram group. Yeah, I share the Telegram group. I know the Telegram, and I found and share the Telegram group. And is it possible to have the GNOME Asia conference? I don't know, but
yes, the third question is very interesting.
Yeah. Third question is this is in this year I promote developer spot, and next year I don't know, but try to in the head GNOME Asia conference. Try to okay. Any questions? And Telegram group. Where is Telegram?
We really hope that we can get that 2022 conference possibly held in Korea. Maybe that would be a very interesting conference. Okay. Any more questions from the audience? If not, I would really love to thank Mr. Daehyun for his presentation. And yes, I think what the Korea community is having now is more or less like the Japanese community back in the early days when I was still a student. There's a lot of translation and documentation works that needed to be done, and I think it is very important work. Although most people kind of not taking it too seriously, because it's actually very hard work to do to translate to the languages. So again, thank you, Mr. Daehyun, for your presentation. Great to have you here, and we'll see you again if possible. Okay, so with that, I would like to wrap up this presentation, and we're going to start with the next presentation by Islahatun Nufusi in about 5 minutes from now.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, turn off the webcam. Okay.
Yes, please.
And exit to the audio.
Yes. Wait. Okay, we will start in about 5 minutes from now. So let's see. So Mr. Islahatun, is it a Mr. or Miss? Okay, you if you don't mind, you can try your speaker, your camera now. Try the setting. I'm going to make you a presenter. Okay, you may upload your slides and test your speakers. Okay, test your microphone.
This, okay.
Okay, say something. Okay, right.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so we'll start in about 3 minutes from now. Make yourself comfortable.
Okay. Good afternoon. First of all, I'm very grateful to God. Oh yeah.
No. It's okay. We don't have to start yet. 2 minutes. 2 minutes from now. Just make yourself comfortable. We still have time. We still have time. 2 minutes.
Okay.
Okay. Okay. Would you mind closing your laptop speakers? Turning down your laptop speakers volume because it's echoing in our speakers, in our speaker. Wait. A speaker, right? It's a speaker. Okay, speaker.
Speaker. Okay.
Try again.
Hello.
There's still echoes. Macam mana?
Turn. Oh. Can I?
It's still echoing here.
Okay. It's okay. It's fine on my side.
Try again. Try again.
Pardon.
Okay.
What?
Okay. Good. That's good. Okay, my mistake.
Can I start?
Okay. Our next speaker, yes. Okay. Our next speaker will be. Is it a Miss or Mrs.?
Yes, Miss.
Miss. Okay, it's Miss Islahatun Nufsi. She'll be talking about exploring the graphic design with Inkscape. And
yes.
Without further ado, I'm going to let him take the presentation. Okay, let's go.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon. First of all, I'm very grateful to God who has given health to all of us so that we can attend the GNOME Asia Summit 2020, which can still be held even in the midst of circumstances that do not allow to meet face to face. And also thanks the organizer of the Genome Asia Summit for giving to me the opportunity to be able to speak in front of great people. It's an honor for me. And don't forget the related artists who have helped me. And before getting into the main discussion about Inkscape, I will introduce myself. Wait. Wait. Nggak bisa. Wait. I cannot. Wait. Hmm. Hmm. Okay, my name is Islahatun Nufusi. I'm from in Indonesia. I'm student of Banten Jaya University, Faculty of Computer Science. I'm member in the computer community, a student activity at Banten Jaya University. I'm member of the Serang Linux community in the design section. Experience that I have ever attended, I contribute as a speaker at an Inkscape workshop. I have contributed as a LibreOffice speaker. And okay, we continue the discussion, the point. Okay, wait, I'm sorry. Wait. Hmm.
Are you okay there? Do you want to restart this?
Oh, okay.
Are you okay? Are you good?
Okay. Okay, about this, graphic design. Graphic design is the art of solving communication problem, the combination of graphic such as shape, line, color, and so on. The purpose of graphic design itself is to explain how to communicate and can be measured through, through be measured. Wait. This slide is Di situ nih ada, Bu. Oh, I'm sorry. The purpose of graphic design itself to explain how to communicate and can be measured through visual media by using image as a facility to convey information or message as clearly as possible. Generally, people will more easily receive message in the form of visual image than in the form of text. Visual forms are also more universally captured by the human eye to share different background. Graphic design was initially applied to media such as book, magazine, brochure, pamphlet. Also, along with the time, graphic design is applied to electronic media, which often referred to as interactive design multimedia, with the extent of electronic media um, for graphic design, making there are two types of graphic design: bitmap or raster and vector. Okay, this bitmap M vector. Bitmap is the information of many dots with a mixture of color in the graphic in the computer. This image the sorry. Sorry. Okay, there are several formats that we often encounter use.
Okay, I will try to re-establish contact with our presenter. So if everyone have some patience, I will try to make her presenter again. Islahatun, are you there? Islahatun, are you there?
Sorry.
Are you saying something because I can't hear you?
Wait. I have I have a problem.
Yes, Luna kept a good count. We were at slide 7.
Yes.
Okay, could you please start from there?
Yes. Wait, this like no. Oke. Nggak kelihatan. Okay. I'm sorry. I have a problem. Okay, next, vector. Vector is an image made several points in line. A combination of this type of image through a special mathematical formula process in creating image. Each vector path can easily be added attribute to create any desired shape. Vector can also be added and removed attributes such as line thickness, color, fill color, node, and more. And next, one of the software that can create vector graphic, one of which is Inkscape. Let's first introduce about Inkscape. Inkscape is a software that is open source of free under the GNU GPL license. One of them is an open source vector graphic design software. Inkscape feature meet the standard XML graphic tool BTG. Inkscape is a cross-platform software which it can run various operating systems such as Linux, Windows, and Mac OS. Inkscape feature meet the standard XML graphics tool, so it is no wonder it can be opened in a web browser software like Google Chrome. The format used by Inkscape is CVG, Scalable Vector Graphic. This is often used by web development as the image format used because CVG is an open format. The specifications are clear and with the good compatible with any application. About Inkscape. Inkscape is user-friendly. Inkscape's elegant appearance makes it easy for us to create assignment project. Because Inkscape display and some of the Inkscape tools are not much different from other vector software. So for the beginner when you switch to Inkscape, you don't need to worry when using it for the first time. You just need to adjust it because of the different placement of tools and sections. And Inkscape is smart at hiding complexity. And number two, let's file size. Inkscape has a very positive impact on our hard drive and doesn't take up much space. It also allows Inkscape to be installed on computer that have low hardware specification and do not require special specification. And number 3, complete section of color. Inkscape has several complete color choice in the palette and also a choice of color types such as CMYK and RGB. Visualnya. And number 4, a lot of features. Many features in Inkscape make it easier for us to work on graphic design and file extension. Inkscape can open a first file from several previous uh, previous version from the last version of the previous version or vice versa. And this is Inkscape view. Inkscape view is the same as other vector application view. There is a canvas, toolbox, menu bar, command bar, control bar, and when you setting canvas, you can set the canvas size and also the work shape type. You click file, document property, or you click shift and control and D. Okay. Preference, you can custom the interface behavior, input or output and tools. You can click edit, preference, shift and control and P. Okay, you can set up the Inkscape screen. You can click view default or you click view custom or view wide. View layer. You can set the layer that will be used in the work set sheet. And fill and stroke. Fill and stroke function to provide color to the fill and stroke and adjust the thickness and height of stroke. You can click object, then fill and stroke. And this is other Inkscape feature. You can track image, clone, text, effect, filter, clip, and so more. Okay, this is a portfolio Inkscape. What Inkscape can do. This is a portfolio. The Inkscape application can create illustration 3D, pattern, logo, icon, and unified shape as a material for making template. In Inkscape, can make isogeometry. To make isogeometry in Inkscape, you need tools that can make isogeometry easier, that is grid axogeometry. This is for example axogeometry grid. You can click File, Document Property, Grade, Axogeometry Grade, and click New. And this is line style letters. To create this line style, we play with group and text, then need the clone, combine and division feature, edit, set, vary node, and join select node. This is can you this is clone. You can click edit, clone, write type, clone, symmetry, and row or column. And pattern. You create a pattern that we play with the shape of a square, then combine it with desired clone feature and play precision. Okay.
Islahatun, you are injury time now. So I'm going to let you continue another 10 minutes only. Okay?
Okay.
Okay.
You can click edit, clone, create tiled, clone, and symmetry, and you click row and column. You input how to row and column you need. Okay.
Okay, thank you, Islahatun. So I will open a Q&A session now. You can look at the shared notes for any question.
Okay.
If we have any. The shared notes is on the left hand side of your browser. Okay, if anyone has any question, if any from the audience has any questions, you may write the question now. Yes, I think we have one. Okay, we have one. All right. Okay, we have one. Okay. Could you please respond to that?
Hello, Mr. Izam. Sorry, I can speak a little.
Okay.
I'm so sorry about this uh, speaker of IIS because IIS is still beginner in the presentation, and I hope all the senior understand with this. Okay, thank
No,
you.
no, it's okay. But if you don't mind, could you please respond to that question we have on our chat notes?
No,
Okay.
I'm not because I'm a friend with
Okay.
IIS.
Okay, all right. So that's it for presentation from Ms. Lahatun. So I will take over and cut this presentation off. So thank you, Ms. Lahatun, for the presentation. Yeah, we have lots of technical difficulties with this one, and I think this can be expected because we are hoping for only the internet line to be as good as possible. So we will take a break from now until our next session by Robert McQueen at 6:45 p.m. Local time. So until then, see you again.
Okay. Thank you.
Doing her own thing. Okay, well, maybe if Dan played more than just one string, we'd all be more on the same page.
Are you out of your mind? Okay, I do the E string. That's my job.
Isn't there an easier way to get all your burger fixings from one place?
You're a developer on the team that's responsible for a major application that the organization is putting everything behind. You just heard that some new changes are coming along, so what do? Well, you fire up the old Mac and you log into your issue tracking system to find out what needs to be done. You look at the stories, you find a relatively easy one, and you go ahead and move that on over to the in progress column. Well, now you got to make that change, but you can't do that here, so you got to leave that system and open up your source control management system. Keep track, folks, that's 2 so far. So you're in your source control management system and you fire off a new branch, maybe you add some documentation representing the change you're about to make. And speaking of changes, well, you can't do that here either. So you got to leave that system and open up your IDE. IDE, that rhymes with 3. That is now 3 systems so far to make this relatively simple change. And you're about to make that change, but you remember when you do, it's going to fire off a build in your fancy CI tool. And you're going to want to make sure you view this change before anything gets pushed out. You got to email the infrastructure team because you're going to need a virtual machine at the ready because this is a super deluxe, mega important change that needs to be viewed and approved right away. Well, did I mention, folks, that it's late on a Friday afternoon and Dale from the infrastructure team has already left early to prepare for his Zumba lessons? I mean, I know it's his wedding also, and he wanted to have more of a traditional one, but his fiance has watched one too many YouTube videos of couples having these incredible first dances, so now he's surprising her by doing this. You know what, Dale? Good on you. Anyway, I digress. Let's get back to you. So you're back in the IDE, you make your change and you commit. And because you want to babysit this one, you got to leave that system and head over to your CI tool. Still keeping track? That's +1 more. Now you got 4. And you're hoping and you're praying everything works this time because the plugins were recently updated and it failed spectacularly last time. But your coworker Kumal said he fixed it and it, quote, worked on his machine, so, you know, fingers crossed. Anyway, as you're sweating that one out, an email comes in from your coworker Cheryl that she's going to need a review on her code. So, in order to get Cheryl's code to survive, you got to open up tab number 5. You're in your code review tool. Cheryl's stuff looks great like it always does, so you go ahead and give your approval to that, and now you gotta get back to what you were doing in the first place. Cycling back through your tabs, you know, it bugs you. You never heard back from Dale. So you get it from your desk, head over to the infrastructure team's area, and who do you see there? Paul. Yeah, that Paul. Smarmy Paul. Paul from the Office Paintball Party fiasco of 2016. You know, you suppress the urge to bring up that nightmare, and you beg and you plead to get your virtual machine at the ready so you can do your test. He finally acquiesces and you head back over to your desk, only to be greeted by an email from the security team that the security application is going to be down for the next 3 hours for maintenance. No! 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 Just want to curl up in the corner and forget the day even started. Folks, I've seen it a million times, and there's got to be a better way. Well, I'm here to tell you that there is. You head on over to GitLab.com and you check out what we can do for you in one, that is right, one application. Because GitLab absolutely has the chops to take your DevOps shop to the top to make sure it does not flop. You know what? I'm going to ask you some questions now, folks. Are you tired of misery in your delivery? Does your CI make you want to cry? And does your CD make you want to see red? Well, with GitLab's all-in-one solution, we're going to be giving you that energy to make sure your teams have that synergy to make yourselves all winners. Yeah! I'm going to ask you now to put your hard hats on now because I'm about to drop some knowledge on you. With GitLab, you're going to get 10 areas of your software delivery lifecycle in one place. You know what? That actually sounds so nice, I'm going to say it twice. 10 areas of your software delivery lifecycle in one place. That's right, with GitLab, you're going to be able to manage, plan, create, verify, package, release, secure, configure, monitor, and defend your applications. You know what? I don't even know if we can add any more because I'm going to have to start using toes for that part. Nobody wants that. Folks, having everything in one application is going to reduce context switching. It is going to cut back on your plugin nightmares and seriously improve your company's output, because with GitLab, you're going to get issue tracking, you're going to get a repository, you're going to get the industry's leading CI solution. You're also going to get SAST, you're going to get DAST. We've got monitoring built in so you don't even have to ask how things are going. But you know what? Don't just take it from me. GitLab has helped numerous customers improve their company's output. Speaking of moving faster, let's talk about Ticketmaster. They started using GitLab and realized 15 times faster builds. That's right, 15 times. Axway, doing things the right way, started using GitLab and realized 26 times faster release cycles. Folks, I haven't even begun to scratch the surface of what you can do with GitLab in your DevOps environment. As a matter of fact, oh, I'm sorry, what was that? Somebody say they're using Kubernetes? That's Kuberneto to us, because GitLab is absolutely optimized for your Kubernetes experience. You can create clusters, you can view deploy logs, you can even view your changes in a containerized environment before anything ever gets pushed out or deployed. And speaking of deploy, you're going to get 100% workflow portability with GitLab. And what does that mean? That means you are not locked into any particular cloud. You can deploy your stuff wherever you want it. I'm telling you folks, there's nothing this application cannot do. We even have a setting for auto DevOps. That's right, you heard me, auto DevOps. Or as I like to refer to it as the set it, forget it mode. You put your code in, set your oven to deploy, next thing you know, bing, code's done. Don't forget your side of mashed potatoes. Now, I hear you saying, David, how can one company do all that? Well, thanks, random voice that sounds exactly like mine. I'll tell you how one company can do all that. And I want you to come a little closer and turn up the old earballs. Because the answer to that question is you. That's right, you. You are an unfair advantage over all those other applications out there. Because GitLab was created for and by the community. It is an open core application with a regular release of new features on the 22nd of every month, and with contributions from users, much like yourselves, we are all making GitLab a better experience for everyone. Because much like the namesake of our company's annual get-together, we truly believe that everyone can contribute.
Hello, and this is Marcus. Can you hear me all right?
Yes, now I can hear you. I can see your screen.
And you should see a green screen at this moment.
Yep. Yes. Yes, I can see it. It was still loading.
Fabulous. So glad that we have that sorted. Warm welcome, everybody. I'm very glad to be speaking. I'm very honored to be speaking at this OpenSUSE and LibreOffice conference. And the subject of my talk will be powering the jump. How we enable a new delivery model for what OpenSUSE is looking to achieve with Jump with the help of the Open Build service. My name is Marcus Noga. I'm a relatively new joiner to SUSE. I'm Vice President for Solutions Technology. My group looks after everything that includes solutions for end customers, as well as all the base technology, including the build service itself, but also level 3 support, security certifications, and everything we do for technical partners and technical partner certification. I'm proud and honored to be here today with all of you. So let's talk a little bit about the Open Build Service, its history, and how it pertains to containers. The Open Build Service is something that many of us just take for granted because it's there, it's invisible in the background. It does its job and it helps us turn source code into something that users trust and administrators trust and install on their system, which is binary executables that everybody can work with. And the Open Build Service has historically been about openness in any shape and form, whether we target RPMs, whether we target Debian images, whether we target ISOs, or other new formats like containers that are upcoming and gaining a lot of traction. So the Open Build Service has completed a longer journey for adding container support as a first-class citizen. And that journey began in 2017, so 3 years ago, when container building and the first capabilities to churn out container images on the basis of packages was added to the tool. And that led to a second milestone in 2018, when we figured out that all these containers also need to be registered somewhere, they need to become discoverable, they need to become downloadable in an easy way. So Open Build Service added a built-in container registry with automated publishing potential. And fast forward to 2020, I'm very happy that we've also added Helm chart support, so we can't just put out individual containers, but entire assemblies of containers into services and into applications, and that the first v3 Helm chart is actually public and available on our registry at this very moment. The address of that registry, of the Open Build Service registry, which you also see screenshotted on this document, is registry.opensuse.org. And at the moment, we have about 1,100 containers in this registry. Okay, cheating slightly, I think it's 1,089, but that's close enough to 1,100 to make that claim. We're also running about 3,000 container builds every single day, because the build service includes automated dependency management. So whenever a package that a container has a dependency on gets updated, OBS will automatically rebuild that container image and make it available on the registry. For all supported architectures, whether that's ARM 32-bit, ARM 64-bit, the PowerPC solutions, Intel 64-bit, and other platforms, the Open Build Service registry supports all flavors of container target architectures. And at the moment, we have about 48 gigabytes of images under management with the Open Build Service registry. It's easily accessible for you at the URL on the headline via podman commands that are also available from the command line. What makes the Open Build Service so strong in a container environment and in a trusted environment is that it really engenders trust in the form of a secure software supply chain. So when you double click on any particular package, and I'll continue with the example of MariaDB, which was also depicted on the prior page, when you go and double click on any particular package, you can be sure that that package is trustworthy because it's been signed using both Notary and Open Container Initiative conventions, so that we have a rooted trust for where the binary comes from. You're also able to transparently see what went into the cake. We show you how the sausage is made. The build instructions for that very container are accessible from the repository. You can see the scripts, you can see the templates that created it, and you have the snapshotted sources for each container available at the point of build. And this is a very important part of software trust. Which CIOs today really have transparency about their container landscape? Which of them are able to say with certainty, all my containers are patched against the latest vulnerability? Okay, maybe not the very latest because of the Bluetooth vulnerability that became transparent yesterday night doesn't hit servers, but the second latest, which might be boot hole or another prominent vulnerability. How do you see that your images are actually proof against these? It's only by having a root of trust, by having transparency about what went into building the container, and by having drill down and transparency on the sources for each of these containers. And this is where the build service is extremely strong, because there's no outside dependencies, and we're able to rebuild even extremely old packages based on that root of trust and open source source code and build instruction repository approach that the OBS takes. How do these images get built? When we further double click on the MariaDB example here, you can see that the build instructions for that container come in the form of Kiwi instructions. There's sort of an XML description file on this page, which shows us the author, which shows us the contact details, the specification, and then the kind of image that we use in order to create that particular binary. And the build instructions for this can support all possible targets in modern enterprise compute, whether that's Azure images, AWS images, virtual machine images, whether that's ISOs or containers. Kiwi allows you, and the Open Build Service allows you, to create a multitude of targets automatically whenever sources get updated and committed, based on that description and that matrix of targets and sources. The neat thing about building with Kiwi is also that you're able to create base containers, which have no from in the Docker file, which have no base container that they rely on. They can become the base of an entire system, which gets interesting, for example, with distroless approaches to software distribution. And a lot of people in the Golang communities, for example, following statically linked binary approaches should see the strengths of this fairly immediately. Of course, Kiwi is not the only path, and it's not a mandatory path. Our Open Build supports Dockerfile-based build templates with a few extra features and capabilities that take the manual out of operating Docker. Needing to tag your containers with build tags, that's something we have extensions for, and you can assign build tags or repositories automatically. And you're also able to choose whether in that Docker container you would like to reuse RPMs with the zipper run command that's commented out here on line 11, or whether you would like to put files in directly or compile files directly with the added names or copy lines in line 14 and 15 of this example file. So you get full flexibility in an open world where it's any kind of package distribution format, any kind of container format, and the ability to transparently create from your sources, for your project, for your package, that broad variety of dependent binary outputs. Why should you do that? Because you get automated rebuilds for free, including always latest updates based on dependent packages. In a container world, it's also very convenient to see the full dependency graph. What are the affected containers for my package update? Who's actually using this? And what do my downstream users look like for a library package, for a service package, or for anything that goes into a broader appliance like container? You can also very easily see and inspect images for build origins to have traceability in that secure software supply chain, and auto-generated change logs that enable you to visually and humanely inspect what's going on with container updates. We're not alone. in putting this out. So at this point, I want to give a big shout of thanks to our community. The Open Build Service team would explicitly like to thank Markus Hüwe, Tina Müller, Berthold Gunraven, Oleg Girko, and Neil Gompa for their strong contributions to the Open Build Service. It's only with contributors and with an active and engaged community that a platform like this can continue to evolve and continue to address everybody's needs. So thank you. Very, very well done, and we really appreciate your contributions. With that, I want to switch over a bit in the direction of building OpenSUSE and what are the changes and what are the new developments that this entails if we embark on a journey together that's currently proposed under the code name OpenSUSE Jump. So let's have a quick look at how OpenSUSE actually gets built today. What are some challenges about that, and what could we do to address that to become even better, even stronger, and dare I say, slightly greener in all of this together? So this is how OpenSUSE gets built today. It's really a single project build. We're taking all the sources from the enterprise distribution, SUSE Linux Enterprise, from the OpenSUSE factory, and we take all of these sources and inject them into an OpenSUSE Leap or OpenSUSE Tumbleweed environment. And there's additional layers of projects that go on top of this. For example, for the ARM environments in the 32 and 64-bit, or for the PowerPC environment. That's a grand total of more than 12,000 packages that get compiled with various flags and sort of configurations into roughly 70,000, 71,000 packages per architecture. And that compile process then gets frozen once we release. And we continue to do backports, we continue to do maintenance updates. The backports particularly are a service for SLE customers. Now you could look at this and say, well, this is very open, this is very transparent. We just take all the sources, we use that fantastic open build service engine that we have, and we churn out the binaries that are required to run this on any architecture. What's there not to like? Well, it turns out that there are a couple challenges and issues around us that I want to have a look at together with you. So one of these challenges is we really don't have binary compatibility between OpenSUSE and SLE because we're compiling in slightly different chains, slightly different compiler versions, slightly different layers that get added. So there's no clear one-on-one bitwise compatibility between the two. And that's actually a bit of a disadvantage here. End users who would like to use Open Universe packages, for example, have a bit of a challenge doing that, and the experience for end users could be better. It's hard to explain to them why the packages shouldn't directly, binarily work together. The same thing is we have a bit of duplication of effort for the package developers, for the container maintainers, and more, because you at least need to configure and set things up so that they work in both environments. We also have a bit of an echo issue because we're going to compute and compile everything twice. We're going to store everything twice. And with the many, many gigabytes under management and the many, many thousands of compiles per day, we have over 200 workers, for example, running and making these compiles. There's also a bit of an echo footprint issue. So the proposed approach with an OpenSUSE jump makes this interlinked much, much more explicitly. We take this SUSE internal component, the binaries, and we mirror these to the public OpenSUSE instance. That's a huge win because suddenly we get binary compatibility because we can work directly with the binary. This also means that submissions to SUSE Linux Enterprise can be triggered directly from OpenSUSE, making SLE the first enterprise distribution that can really be developed in the public, thanks to all of you. I want to say at this point that this isn't 100% possible for the entire SLE distribution. We couldn't take that completely public at that point because of certain requirements around software certifications. It's not just the software product that gets certified for certain kinds of federal and regulated and government users. It's also the software development process that gets certified. So we can't take the entire SLE and open it up, but this is the best step that we can take to become ever more open and to remain ever more open in an environment that brings OpenSUSE and SLE much closer together by making that jump. So what does that look like on the build service, and what does that look like from a build approach perspective? Here's what OpenSUSE Jump will look like from that build perspective. So we're going to use multiple projects, and these projects will aggregate into an OpenSUSE Jump on a binary level. We can bring in SLE 15, we can bring in internal build service packages, we can bring in backports from OpenSUSE more or less directly in a binary form as that black dotted binary stream. And at the same time, we can push requests and content sort of in the form of sources back into all these channels. That's the red arrows going the opposite direction. And that's this sort of two-pronged interaction where we open up everything we can except for that certified software development process. We move OpenSUSE and SLE much closer together, and we achieve that binary compatibility, which makes the world a lot easier for end users that consume the software, for administrators that work with it, and from a storage and footprint and general simplicity perspective. And that, in the end, gets installed on a system that can consume updates in a consistent form from any of the channels, whether it's Jump, whether it's backports, or whether it's the proper SLE itself. The power of this really means that end users have more choice with less complexity and with more ease of mind because they know everything works together. We're happy to support this thanks to the power of the build service, which is running as an open build service for everything OpenSUSE, and which is running as SUSE's internal version of the build service called IBS to power the SLE distribution itself, and is actually the same software, the same build environment that powers both of them in two separate instances, again for certification reasons. We'd love to make that jump together with you, and I know it's being discussed intensively at this conference. So here's the outlook. You can learn more in additional conference sessions on LEAP and why both developers and companies should be interested in the LEAP approach. My colleague Lubos is giving these talks today, and I believe tomorrow. There should also be recordings available. The next thing you can do is to keep current by joining the OpenSUSE project mailing list, where you will be involved in a vigorous discussion and involved in information flow on everything concerning OpenSUSE and the way we propose to build and the way we propose to integrate. And last but not least, if you're at this conference because LibreOffice is what interests you and what you thrive on, consider becoming an OpenSUSE developer as well. It's by your contributions that OpenSUSE, the Open Build Service, and the general open source environment here in Europe can thrive and sort of continue to prosper in future. Thank you very much, and I'd be very happy to open up for questions at this point. Now you have to hit that button labeled unmute if you would like to ask a question in a big forum like this.
Well, I'm pretty happy to see how well this is going. So with this seemingly interesting ambition with OpenSUSE Jump, what do you hope you'll get from this in the end? What do you want to achieve with this new Sleep Fusion?
Yeah, I think the biggest thing is probably simplicity for end users. No? I'm passionate about user experience and customer experience, and whenever I meet with my teams to look at demos, to look at new things that they've created or new things from upstream that they've incorporated and packaged, I will put myself in the shoes of the end user and ask, is this simple? Is it easy? Would my 79-year-old mother with a history of being challenged with IT systems actually understand this? Could she use this? What's the potential for tripping up? And I believe by getting binary compatibility between the distributions, we're removing a lot of potential for tripping up. In an age where more and more users are coming into Linux environments again, more and more cost-constrained households adding secondary and tertiary devices for children, more and more enterprises going towards a Linux environment, and Windows administrators facing all kinds of challenges, having to retrain and relearn to, for example, deploy their enterprise applications on a Linux stack. Making things easy, foolproof, and fail-safe because stuff just works together out of the box is probably the biggest prize that we can shoot for. Now, put yourselves into the shoes of a recent college graduate, half a year into the job, living in Mumbai, working for a large system integrator, and having a 20,000 word best practice guide to install and configure something. You're going to make mistakes. You're going to look bad in front of your boss and in front of the customer. The more stumbling blocks we move out of these people's ways, the more adoption we'll get, and that grows the power of open source for everyone. So removing these stumbling blocks, simplifying, and making the consumption experience as easy as sort of downloading something from an app store, I think that's the main prize that we can go for. The fact that we will also cut the eco footprint of what we do in half is a pleasant side effect.
Wow, that's, I think, quite a bit more than I expected to hear on this. But yeah, no, it makes sense to me. I'm looking forward to seeing how well has this been going so far.
So right now, this is being discussed intensively, and I believe the proposal is being debated in various parts of the Open SUSE project as well as in SUSE itself. I have my fingers crossed for this actually becoming reality.
May I comment on this one?
Please jump in.
Thank you. This is Luboš speaking.
Hi, Luboš.
Hey.
Very glad to have you here.
And thank you for the talk. It was really interesting. Regarding the progress, my slides will have a little bit of what you are asking, Neil. I will summarize where we are, what are the problematic parts. There are some problematic parts. There are some parts where we are fine. And there should be a sign-off, let's say go, no go next week, whether we would like to proceed with the intermediate release, Leap 15.2.1, and basically enroll this into production before the Leap 15.3 is released, or whether we postpone it to the next release. So that may actually answer exactly what you are saying. Based on that meeting, we will see where we are. There is a bunch of conditions that we have to align with in order to actually proceed. I can share a link if you want to, but I will also make it part of my presentation. You can also see the confirmation of stakeholders for the decision on the OpenSUSE project on Factory. I believe there is
The GNOME team is proud to present the new 3.38 release. This version increases performance and stability, as well as a host of new features for security, convenience, and fun. GNOME has a few revised app icons to add to the mix, as well as other design improvements, adding battery percentage to the indicator and restart to the power off options. We've added a new welcome tour, which appears after install to help new users feel right at home. Application launchers can now be rearranged and organized and moved in the grid to reflect what's important to you. This allows you to make the app grid your own, as well as making it easier to find apps when you need them. With the newly designed fingerprint dialog, setup is a breeze. You can now log into GNOME with just a simple touch. We've also added parental control settings, giving you more control over what your child can access. Sharing your computer's Wi-Fi is easier than ever with the addition of a scannable QR code to connect your mobile devices. GNOME response time is now faster while using monitors with different refresh rates. You now have even more control over your browsing experience in GNOME Web with intelligent tracking prevention, video and audio blocking options, browser tab mute and unmute, and you can now import passwords and bookmarks from Chromium. The GNOME Maps app is now resizable, adjusting seamlessly to fit the smaller screens of mobile devices. There's certainly a lot to enjoy in GNOME 3.38. We hope you enjoy using it as much as we enjoy making it.
Hi, I'm Ty Davis with Technical Marketing. Today, I'm going to be talking to you about Epic Swim Lanes that's been released in 12.5, something that is very big and helpful for those that are using GitLab for Agile or Agile portfolio management. So what are Epic Swim Lanes? Straightforward here. Swim lanes, when you add them to the GitLab issue board, it's going to go ahead and group issues according to an epic, and that's going to help us track high priority epics, see related issues, or track board progress by that grouping mechanism that is now part of GitLab. We can see here, if you're on your board view, you go up to the top right corner, it's group by, and you can put group by epic, and what that's going to do, it's now going to organize all those issues that are part of your board on that epic board, as part of those swim lanes that are organized by epics. And why does this matter? Because this is something that is essential for Agile project management, for Agile portfolio management, for customers and prospects. It's just that base need to group work based on epics. So you have that portfolio management piece. You can have leadership that has visibility into where certain epics are in terms of issue progress, and it's giving that view at a portfolio level that we have not had yet for GitLab. There is there's not direct documentation on swim lanes in docs yet. That is coming very, very soon. There's still documentation on epics, and this resource here around the epic is you can go view the epic for swim lanes and see what kind of progress is going to be continually made in the future with swim lanes and what's been released right now, and add any kind of feedback you may have on the current state of swim lanes. We'd love to hear that feedback and know what you'd like to see in GitLab as we continually work on the MVCs for swim lanes. Now, real quick, I'm going to hop out here and I will just show you live what you basically saw in the screenshot. So, I have here my board view. Up here is the group by. This is where I can come, group that by an epoch. And then now I have these different epochs that have grouped my issues, and I can reduce those, I can open those up, and I can go about organizing or looking at different swim lanes based on the epoch I want to focus on most. If you have any questions, please feel reach out, and thank you for this time.
Kinabalu Park, the entrance to Mount Kinabalu, is located at 1,585 meters above sea level and is the main starting point for the summit trail that leads to the top of Mount Kinabalu. It covers an area of 754 square kilometers and is made up of Mount Kinabalu, Mount Tambayukon, and the foothills.
Hello and welcome to TrulyAsia.tv. I'm Pamela and I'm going to bring you on an unforgettable journey right here at Mount Kinabalu, Sabah.
Kinabalu National Park, established as one of the first national parks of Malaysia in 1964, is Malaysia's first World Heritage Site designated by UNESCO in December 2000 for its outstanding universal values and the role as one of the most important biological sites in the world.
Kinabalu Park consists of various trails and other attractions, but we're going to head down to the Botanical Garden, so let's go have a look.
Mount Kinabalu is one of the youngest non-volcanic mountains in the world. It was formed within the last 10 to 35 million years. The mountain still grows at a rate of 5 millimeters a year. This botanical site contains a variety of flora and fauna that ranges over 4 climate zones. The mountain is also known for its many carnivorous plant and orchid species, most notably the Nepenthes raja.
The Botanical Garden holds various plant species, but what's most unique about this place, the orchids here are grown naturally, with no hybrids and no fertilizers. However, the orchids here only bloom at a certain period of time throughout the year.
Some of it is even endemic of Mount Kinabalu, and you can notice it with the red tag placed on the plant. Walking through this well-landscaped garden makes me amazed of how all of this plant grew naturally without any nursing from anyone. It's always good to get in touch with nature. Right now, I'm heading to a place to know more about cows. Coming downhill from Kinabalu Park HQ, you will arrive at the small town of Kundasang after 10 minutes driving. I was greeted with a spectacular view of rolling green meadows that stretch as far as to the foothills of the majestic mountain. Complemented with a perfect backdrop of Mount Kinabalu, this dairy farm provided me with a glimpse of highland country.
Not far away from the Kinabalu Park is the Desa Dairy Farm. As you can see behind me, there's loads of cows waiting to be milked.
During the weekend, it's milking time. Using machine, the cattle will obediently line up to wait for their turn. Around the factory, fresh milk is also sold here. I wish I can stay here longer and enjoy the panoramic view of the open field. I might even give names to these cows if I do. But well, there's still a lot I want to show you what we have around here. To our next location. Sabah Tea Plantation, nestled into the lush tropical wilderness of Malaysia's first ever World Heritage, Mount Kinabalu, sits on a 6,200-acre land at 2,272 feet above sea level.
We are here now at the Sabah Tea Plantation, and Mr. Malauddin here is going to show us around.
Yes, please.
It is surrounded by the world's oldest rainforest of about 130 million years. Sabah Tea Plantation is the largest single commercial tea plantation in Borneo, endowed with an interesting plant and agricultural resources, Camellia sinensis. It is also one of the very few plantations in the world that's certified to produce organic tea.
Continue our process to rolling.
Rolling the tea.
That means in there we roll our tea leaf and grind it to the smallest particle size.
Wow, okay.
But you know, one of the standard plucking tea leaf is just pick a 3 leaf from the top like this. 1, 2, 3.
Oh, I see.
That means we produce for tea just 3 leaves.
3 leaves each time you pick
Yes.
it. I see, okay. I'm here at the Sabah Tea House. It's right beside the factory and they serve a variety of teas. Here we have the Ice Pandan Sabah Tea, and over there we have the Sabah Tea Madras. And of course, they also serve the Sabah Tea Pancake with honey. So I'm going to try this now. Very nice.
On my way back, I noticed this little village market. Felt like I needed to stop over and check out what's interesting here. In the local Kadazan Dusun dialect, Tagal means no fishing, and the main purpose of the Tagal is to preserve the environment as well as the ecosystem to benefit the future generation. Ikan pelian, or Malaysia's masir, comes from the family of Cyprinidae. These fishes are specifically trained by the villagers to perform the healing massage activities. The fish massage is deemed to have a curative effect on those who suffer from psoriasis. Come to Kampung Lewanti for regular fish massages and you will enjoy smoother and supple skin. It's hard when you feel like you have to say goodbye, but seems like I have to head back to town to prepare for another journey of me here in Sabah.
The GNOME team is proud to present the new 3.38 release. This version increases performance and stability, as well as a host of new features for security, convenience, and fun. GNOME has a few revised app icons to add to the mix, as well as other design improvements, adding battery percentage to the indicator and restart to the power off options. We've added a new welcome tour, which appears after install to help new users feel right at home. Application launchers can now be rearranged and organized and moved in the grid to reflect what's important to you. This allows you to make the app grid your own, as well as making it easier to find apps when you need them. With the newly designed fingerprint dialog, setup is a breeze. You can now log into GNOME with just a simple touch. We've also added parental control settings, giving you more control over what your child can access. Sharing your computer's Wi-Fi is easier than ever with the addition of a scannable QR code to connect your mobile devices. GNOME response time is now faster while using monitors with different refresh rates. You now have even more control over your browsing experience in GNOME Web with intelligent tracking prevention, video and audio blocking options, browser tab mute and unmute, and you can now import passwords and bookmarks from Chromium. The GNOME Maps app is now resizable, adjusting seamlessly to fit the smaller screens of mobile devices. There's certainly a lot to enjoy in GNOME 3.38. We hope you enjoy using it as much as we enjoy making it.
Hello everyone and welcome back. We have 5 minutes before we begin our next session. So maybe Robert, you want to try your setting? If you can listen to me, if you can hear me, you want to try your setting, your microphones?
Yeah. Okay. Could you hear me well?
Okay. Okay. So we'll start in 5 minutes. So you just can try test here and there, make sure everything is working.
Yeah, I'll upload my slides in a minute. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, I can hear you clear.
Loud and clear.
Cool. And can you see me?
Not yet.
I think
It's just
loading.
thinking. It's just
Okay.
I'll pause that while I just finish up.
All right. Cool.
Okay. Okay, everyone. Hello and welcome back. We will be starting our next session soon enough. And I hope, Robert, if you are hearing this, you may prepare now. We have 1 minute, about 1 minute to go. So our next session will be presented by Mr. Robert McQueen, and the title is Access to Freedom. And if he is ready, I will pass the session to him.
There we go.
Okay.
Uploaded. Is that working?
Yes, it's working. I can see it.
Excellent. Okay, just give me a couple of seconds.
Okay, take the stage then.
Great. Thanks, everyone. Good evening to those in Asia. Why are we here? Why am I here? The purpose of the GNOME Foundation, and the GNOME Foundation, where I'm the president, is to support and enable the development of the GNOME project. The GNOME Foundation is registered in the US as a charity. It's a public charity, which means it has to have a purpose that is charitable. There's an audience of people who have some underprivilege, some need, and the charity works with donations with its tax-exempt status to do something that helps them. So what do? We develop and distribute free software, desktop software. So that's good. We were in the right talk. And the audience that we address is actually very broad. This is people in countries around the world for whom computers would otherwise have been unavailable or prohibitively expensive. Now, over the history of the GNOME project, there's been a great deal of focus on a specific underprivileged audience, and that is as individuals who need assistive technologies to access their computer.
Robert, are you here with us? We are losing you. Shazwan, they disconnected. Robert.
Hi, can you hear me again?
Okay. All right.
Sorry, where did I get to?
Why don't we go back to the previous slide?
Okay. So yeah, the GNOME Foundation as a charity in the US, and that means that we gain from tax-exempt status, and we can receive. And one of the requirements of being a charity is that you have a specific underprivileged audience that you work to support and to improve their lives. So what are we doing? It's developing the free software, computer desktop, and who are we doing it for? Why are we doing it? It's people in other countries around the world for whom operable computers would otherwise have been unavailable or prohibitively expensive. So over the years, the GNOME project has received a huge amount of contributions and investment in assistive technologies and improving accessibility within the GNOME desktop. And one of the 1 billion people in the world that needs assistive technologies, assuming you have a computer, then this is, of course, transformational. Huge gratitude and assistive technologies are the only ones that, as a function, be support. And so, in terms of our mission, who are we supporting? Why do we choose to support them? And I believe that our prioritization of, I think, at least my interpretation is, accessibility is our way of supporting an audience as a foundation and as a charity. We're zooming in to an audience of people. The commercial solutions exist. You know, if you have a computer, it's possible to buy these things. Is this the most needy audience that we need to go after? Is it the largest audience? So maybe what would it mean for us to zoom out a little bit? So this picture here is one that was actually in a book I was reading to my daughter last night. And this is from a NASA project in around 2000, where they were looking at light from cities as an indicator of population and urbanization. But the caption in the book said something like, you can see where the people in the world live from the lights of the cities. And that's actually quite wrong. Leaving aside energy politics, where the lights are on this picture doesn't equate to the population distribution of the world. I mean, you can't see Indonesia. Most of Africa isn't there in lights. A large part of China is not there. Huge parts of South America are not visible. And
Mr. Rob? Oops, he's gone again. Mr. Rob?
I think I'll leave the webcam off. It seems to be disturbing my connection. So the United Nations have a team that focuses on the population of the world, population growth, population dynamics. The world population currently is around 7.5 billion people, and they estimate that it will grow to 10 billion people around 2050, so over the next 30 years. But the majority of that growth will happen in the countries which are in the dark on this map. There will be an additional 1.2 billion people in Africa, an additional 0.7 billion people in Asia. So these people in the dark. As you may know, I work at the Endus OS Foundation, the CEO of Endus. And Endus has been working for nearly 10 years on this idea of empowering people with access to personal computing. And the idea behind this is, while many of the people, this is Rio de Janeiro, and many of the people in this picture have cell phones, the reality is that the majority of them do not have access to personal computers. The average global income is around $10,000 a year. A computer that costs 3-4 1 month's salary, but you know, it has to come after your rent and your bills and your whatever it is else that you need for your family. So the reality is, at the moment, the World Bank tells us over 50% of the households in the world do not have access to a personal computer. And this is the problem that Endless is existing to try and solve. Being able to take part in the digital economy can be a real transformation. Having a personal computer gets you access to information, to link really do from a cell phone. You need access to the full power of the internet and applications and computers to be able to build this kind of digital autonomy for yourself. But this is not primarily a talk about Endless. This is a talk about GNOME. Okay, well, Endless, yeah, I've heard it before. What does this have to do with us? What does this have to do with GNOME and software? It's really important people have access to technology on terms. Just having access to a computer is not sufficient, because access is not created equally. The way that we access and what we can access is just as important. So, this could be anywhere in the middle of the US, right? But if you lived here and you didn't have particularly good mobile signal and you didn't have the internet, but you have a little TV antenna and you can pick up one TV channel. By that TV station, by the news or programs that were there, how they viewed the world and what they wanted to tell you and your neighbors. And you might draw your conclusions on the world based on, in some part, the information you received there. It might affect how you voted. It might affect what you thought about a conflict in another country. It might affect what you thought about people on the other side of the world, or decisions that you made about your family's health. I think the same applies to your computer. The way that you access the world through your computer impacts the information that you see, how it's presented to you, how it's prioritized, which apps you can find in the App Store, and what conditions do they need to meet to be there. The reality is, wherever you are in the world, the majority of technology comes to you from 5 US-based corporations. And if you skip Saudi Aramco, energy aside, they are the 5 largest companies in the world by market capitalization. This is Facebook. It could equally be in the picture. Now, don't like narrative. A creation of the system that's built for them. The market, its freedoms and its regulations. So to the incentives that they're given. They work for their own profit margin, they work for their holders, and in their own best interests, according to the rules of that down. But unless they are forced to by the market, reputation, then acting in your best interests.
Mr. Robert, just to let you know that your line seems like breaking, so we are not clear listening to your talk.
Okay. Let me try a different connection. 1 second.
Okay, cool. So for those who are sitting here, we are hopefully you guys can wait for our speaker, Mr. Robert McQueen, to change his network. He's still here. Don't worry.
Okay, let's try this out. Better? Can you hear?
I think sounds okay.
Okay.
No worries.
Let's
You can continue, and then if anything, I'll let you know.
Okay. Should I start from this? Or just go?
I think you can just continue.
Okay. Yeah. So, the idea of your access to information and knowledge being mediated or controlled by another party applies to computers, TVs, and there are 5 companies in the world that control the majority of technology, and 5 US-based corporations, and they account for the largest companies on stock global market capitalization, Saudi Arabia, any side. I think the important thing I want to say is not that these corporations are evil. I don't really believe in this kind of narrative that. Okay, let me just change my network again. I'll see if I can get the USB.
Yeah. Okay. So for those who just joining, our speaker, Mr. Robert, is changing his network.
Okay, is that working?
Yes.
Yes, yes.
Far better.
Okay, let's try this. It might drop one more time, but then it'll be even better after that. But let's see. So yeah, I'm not picking on Facebook here. I'm not picking on corporations. I think the important thing to realize is that these corporations respond to the framework that they're given. So these are the rules of the market, the regulations that are there. They're not evil, they're not immoral, they're probably amoral, right? They're just optimizing the system that they're created in. But unless they're really forced to by some regulations, then they don't have your best interests at heart. And regulation is normally slow, and actually in many countries around the world is very weak. So these companies, to a certain extent, can do what they want.
Robert, are you there? Make audio great again. Okay. Okay, we're going to let Robert deal with his audio for a while.
Testing, testing, 1, 2, 3.
Okay.
All right.
Oh, we have so much
plugged in the
to
network cable now. My access point has booted. I have no other network connections I can try.
No, we're still trying. We are holding on.
Okay. So yeah, I think one of the consequences of this information sort of coming to you from different places, and those companies that bring it to you are not, they don't necessarily mind whether it's accurate or not. I think that misinformation can have really serious real-world consequences. So a study from MIT last year showed that even though WhatsApp put in rules around forwarding messages to try and stop the spread of misinformation, that these false claims about the election in Brazil in 2018 and the election in India in 2019, to say nothing for any other presidential elections and things, these messages reached millions of people. There have been riots in the street based on things that just aren't true at all. People have been mobbed and killed because of messages that have been sent around on WhatsApp. And in the US, we see Facebook permitting political adverts that are very misleading or very targeted. And whoever's in government at the moment is not rushing to make these regulatory changes because that's part of the system that brought them into their power. So the effects on information and democracy and freedom of the devices and the way that you access information is huge. You need to be able to trust them. Another example, this is Thailand in 2015 with the rollout of Facebook's internet.org or Free Basics project. And 2013, Mark Zuckerberg talked a big talk, and he made some very bold claims about connectivity as a human right. And I believe that's a good sentiment. But the reality fell somewhat short of that. It was the free service was a walled garden with a very selected number of predominantly US owned and controlled services, naturally including Facebook. There are millions of people in the world who can't tell the difference between Facebook and the internet. They think that's what the internet is. Facebook's Free Basics was actually banned in India in 2016 due to violating net neutrality requirements. And the Harvard Berkman Institute runs a project called Global Voices, bringing together bloggers and commentary from around the world. And they actually did a sort of study of Free Basics around the world. And they concluded that as well as violating net neutrality, it focused on Western corporate content, and overall, it's not even very helpful. Although it's gone in India, Free Basics operates in dozens of countries around the world. That's over 100 million users who think Facebook is the internet. So if your computer is your window on the world, and it impacts every part of your life, where you live, what you can do for work, how you access education, how you access welfare, your savings, your bank, your healthcare. When that window on the world is controlled by corporations, we cannot rely on them to act in our best interests. We are not in control. We are the product. So having tools that you can trust to access the digital world and, in a sense, counteract or at least understand or at least see those external influences can be literally life-changing. Now, these are big problems. I'm talking about health and livelihood and freedom and democracy. And the question might be, oh, what does GNOME have to do with this? What do we do to take on Facebook? But I think we're part of the solution. The idea of freedom, freedom of access to information, starts with the computer in front of you. It starts with that window that you have on the world. Software freedom is part of the puzzle. And this idea of being able to trust your technology is something that we've been talking about in the GNOME board as this really important factor, that you need to be able to trust the software that's in front of you and trust what it's doing and what it's getting for you and what it's showing you, and be able to access information on your own terms. So there are 2.5 billion people who are going to be born, or added at least more than that will be born, but 2.5 billion more people in the world in 30 years' time. And I would like GNOME to have a part in helping to build that future for them that gives people access and freedom. So the board voted recently to adopt a vision and mission for the GNOME Foundation, which this is our current sort of working idea. The vision is about this concept of trust that I was talking about. The world where everyone is empowered by technology they can trust. And the mission, how we build that, is a diverse and sustainable free software personal computing ecosystem. Now, these ideas of diversity and sustainability have been talked about a lot in GNOME, and I think they're very important concepts to us. Particularly in diversity, I'm very proud of the GNOME project and the GNOME community for the emphasis on diversity. I think if we want to build software that's really useful to people around the world, then we need to be inclusive and include their perspectives in what we're designing and what we're implementing. We don't want to be creating solutions that don't work or that doesn't actually help people. We need to be creating things that are useful and valuable to the people we're building them for. This is a really hard problem. We know that technology has a diversity problem around gender, race, ethnicity, these various factors, and that actually open source is worse in some ways. It compounds that. It makes certain gender dynamics worse. It relies on other privileges that aren't available to everybody. So the GNOME project has these amazing initiatives to proactively improve the diversity and inclusivity of our community. Sri was talking earlier about newcomers initiatives and how to welcome people in the project with very active outreach and engagement teams, internships like Summer of Code and Outreachy, local communities like GNOME Africa, huge time and resources that go into this really, really important thing for the GNOME project. Now, I think that this diversity and sustainability are linked. The idea of making it possible for people to join the project is one, but the other one is about making it possible for them to stay. And I had some really interesting conversations about this at Guadalajara last year. So talking to Nubik Jahan, who's a long-standing GNOME contributor, working in GNOME, Gen 2, GStreamer, actually joined the community through a Summer of Code internship. And he told me a story of a friend of his, name's changed, but SK. She was studying a bachelor's degree in computer science. She was introduced to the free software community in part due to Nubik. and she went to a Linux distribution project. She joined their community and took part in a Summer of Code internship. She did amazingly well. She integrated to the community, contributed well, made software that people needed, and it was a successful internship. When she came to graduate from her university degree, she found that the recruiters on campus, here's a careers fair, but the recruiters were not interested in her because her experience in the open source world was not as valuable to them as some of her classmates who had done internships with the local companies and in those areas where they were working. So actually the choice that she made in hindsight, pursuing free software, actively harmed her chances in the job market in the city that she lived in. The project she worked with actually introduced her to a local office of the company behind the open source project. That office actually was not working on open source at all. So she joined there and actually she found it was a million miles away from what she was doing during her Summer of Code internship that she loved so much. And that experience was so bad that she not only never returned to the open source community, but she decided to leave the software sector entirely. And this lost certainly for the projects and the open source community a valuable contributor, but it's the whole industry. So this is not the only story like this. I've Nobik has spoken with others. I was trying to collect some stories earlier this week, and this was the one that I have to tell you. But talking with Regina in GNOME Africa, she sees the same thing, that people have needs to be paid for their time because they can't afford to otherwise. And so who employs people to work on free software is a very important challenge. And Felipe Borges actually blogged about this as well. He I think almost single-handedly, at least it feels like this some years, runs the Summer of Code and outreachy internship programs for GNOME. And he's blogged about the same issue, that people learn skills in open source and contributing and join our community. They end up not being able to find work in open source, or let alone work on GNOME. So for me, this is a sustainability problem. I think the things like internships, outreachy, Summer of Code, our newcomers, these are amazing initiatives, and they are absolutely essential that we spend our time and energy as a community in doing these things. So that we have to do this for diversity, for inclusive voices, for making it possible to have those people take part in our community and contribute. But I think there's a structural problem to what we're doing, that we're not able to capture the value that we're building in some of these initiatives. We can't capture and retain the community and the contributors that we're putting all of this effort into building. So they're not sufficient. Why is that? When we look at inclusivity and diversity initiatives, this idea of privilege is very important. And classic dictionary definition, right? It's a special right, advantage, or immunity granted or available only to a particular person or group. And when you're talking about inclusivity and diversity, then these are, gender, race, which country you're from, your sexuality, your ethnicity, your religion. These are the things that we think about in terms of what would cause a code of conduct report, and what is it that we do to make safe interactions between people, and those things to give us a broad range of voices. But I actually think that open source contributions actually sit on top of another list of privileges. And certainly thinking of my own experience in life, I had many evenings and the internet and power and a computer when I was growing up that enabled me to join open source communities, and I was lucky enough to be able to build my career around that. But there are billions of people in the world who we can't assume that they've got the space or the electricity or the computer or the connectivity, or they need to look after their family. They don't have someone else to look after the family while they noodle around with the computer doing something that may or may not make them money. They may not have the time There's a day each month where I've earned enough salary to pay most of my bills. After that, I can take some vacation, or maybe my employer is happy for me to work in open source, and they are. I'm very lucky. But it's not true for most of the people in the world. People don't always have time that they can afford to spend, or that their employer is willing to have them spend. Even this conference asks people to spend 2 or 3 days sitting at their computer, learning, participating in a community. We normally expect them to fly to another country, have a passport, have a bank account, change some currency. The number of assumptions and presumptions that are in place in order to participate effectively in our diverse and sustainable ecosystem are huge. But fundamentally, the whole model of free and open source software depends on this idea that you've got all of these things in place and that you can spare hours or days to work on these things with little or no compensation in some cases. There have been articles recently, Wired had an article the other day about people feeling kind of guilt working on open source because there was no one else maintaining their projects. We've had some talks last year from George's about that feeling of being the maintainer and that never-ending pile of work that comes in your direction. So I think the kind of idea I want everyone to take away from this talk is that free software is not free. It's actually just been paid for by somebody else already. And I think if we want to be successful in building a diverse community, and we have contributors and participants from across the world, then we also need to look at funding models and the financial incentives that remove some of those privileges and some of those barriers to get truly universal participation. We're never going to have software that's relevant for those next 2.5 billion people in the world if it's not made by them or for them or with them. And I think that it's an imperative for the GNOME Foundation to be part of trying to solve this for the GNOME community. For all of the reasons I've talked about, for the information access, for being able to trust computers, so that those people don't just have Facebook's free internet where you can only access 10 websites. I think that's really important for us. I think it's a critical factor to our success, this idea of building a sustainable community by being able to provide incentives. So what does that look like? How can we help people? We need multiple models. Different things work for different people. We need to be able to let people be paid for their work. That could be an app store, be paid for building and uploading apps. That could be being able to charge license fees when you're shipping GNOME on computers. Maybe we have some certification scheme, and vendors, hardware vendors and OS vendors who work with GNOME are able to participate in some incentives for doing that. But I think the important thing is just to realize that just like I don't think corporations are inherently evil, I don't think money is inherently evil. I think possibly the pursuit of disproportionate amounts of money, questionable, but money fundamentally is capacity to spend time on things that you care about, like free and open source software. So yeah, next steps. What are we going to do about this? I would like to work on these things in the foundation. We're working at the moment on our strategy. And I think that this is the biggest barrier that the GNOME Foundation can help to solve, is making it possible for people to afford to join and stay in our wider ecosystem and grow the ecosystem. So make money distributing GNOME, earn money building apps, help companies employ people in and around GNOME platform. But also, I don't really know what I'm talking about. I would like to sort of challenge the community to also bring their ideas and to kind of start and continue this conversation. There are lots of different ways you can do this. You can charge around consultancy. You can take donations, you can pay what you want, you can subscribe, you can do Patreon. There are many different models. I think we need to consider how we bring some of those into our ecosystem. My closing thought is actually from Nurbeek. And I asked him for some of his stories working with Summer of Code interns. And he said this in his email. We need to shed our knee-jerk reaction towards money in open source as if it were a taint. The more money there is, the more opportunity there is, and the better we can make everything. It's hard. Systems, people, and perhaps legal must be designed well to keep the community in charge. But it's do or die today. Whoever we don't retain will just go and work elsewhere. And the biggest gravitational attractor today is open source in name only, with full ownership by companies. So that's the idea. Let's get to work. Thanks everyone for listening. I'm sorry about the technical problems, but I'm happy to answer any questions.
Yes, thank you, Robert. That was a great presentation, very deep and very thoughtful. If you don't mind, if you look at your left, there's a shared notes and there's a question there. I think there's just one question there. It's more a matter of opinion question, I think. What is your take on? Can you read the question?
I see. I see the chat. I don't see the question.
The chat notes, on the chat notes.
Ah, okay. There we go. What is your take on Microsoft Windows registration requirement? It's forcing every new purchase to register. Well, I've actually come across Microsoft in working in Endless, and I actually don't think that the registration is a problem. As far as I can tell, the reason that they're doing it is because piracy is destroying the trust in their platform. So there was a research study of, let's download 20 different pirate copies of Windows, and 100% of them, every single pirated or cracked copy of Windows, also contained malware and rootkits and Bitcoin miners and things. So actually, it wasn't possible to get Windows, even illegitimate copy of Windows, without also getting a bad experience, without the security and the performance of your computer being impacted. So I don't actually think Microsoft care that much about making money with Windows anymore. It's not actually a top-level division within the company. It's a subsidiary of another team. What they do care about is the platform that Windows gives them. It's their launching platform for being able to access developers and access their kind of software ecosystem that they've created. So they actually give Windows away in so many places. If you have a government or a school or something, you just call up Microsoft. They'll give you free licenses everywhere. In many countries around the world, developing nations, they give Windows away for free because that's actually better for their platform business, their developer business, than all of those computers having a pirate copy of Windows. So I don't know. I mean, if you're content to use the Microsoft Windows platform, then I think you are relying on their work. They get to set the terms. You take it or leave it, right? You register, you follow their instructions, you get the world according to them. If you don't want that, then free software is here for you.
Actually, I'm the one who's posted the question because I just bought a new one for my kids, and before I could turn it into Linux, I have to run a few tests here and tests there to check if things are working, and then the startup kind of force you to register. So that is why I'm curious about what's your take regarding the matters.
Yeah, well, It's their software; they get to do that. I mean, I prefer if there's an option not to do that, but I think their working assumption is probably that they want to be able to provide cloud services to you, and they need you to register to do that, and so they want to start that relationship as soon as possible.
Yeah, I will delete it after this.
Yeah, speaking personally from Endless, Microsoft is able to provide, for example, BitLocker disk encryption to everyone because they make you sign up for an account, and that means they keep a copy of the key. That means if you forget your password or your firmware is changed and your hard drive is encrypted, you can go and get it back from Microsoft. Endless doesn't have disk encryption because our biggest support query is actually people forgetting their passwords. So we just disable passwords because we don't have the infrastructure to register people and store passwords, but even then we have hundreds of people forgetting their passwords every month. So I can see why they do it. They want to build that ongoing relationship with people. If you don't like it, don't use their software.
Yeah, certainly we'll delete it after this.
Yeah. So
okay, next question, I think.
Yeah. What's on the LPC program? Minimizing gap in learning and computers and the gap between the poor and wealthy. Does Endless have targets in this too? Yeah, absolutely. So I mean, I think there have been some huge successes from the LPC project. I think every child in Uruguay has a computer in school, even now, and that is, there's no question that that's going to be life-changing for them. And there are millions of kids around the world able to grow up with a computer because of the LPC program. I think they made some extremely bad technical choices, some extremely questionable commercial and political choices. They seem to have one office trying to make the product and another office that was just making stuff up and issuing press releases. There's books being written about the level of dysfunction of the organization or organizations, and I actually spent some time working with them, and I can only agree. So it's still huge successes and huge impact from that program, but unfortunately not a sustainable model. The choice of making it very, very politically opinionated and requiring all or nothing. The government must agree, must buy all the computers, they must do all of these things and follow things according to LPC's rules, had the consequence of making it harder to reach as many people. But there's just not enough money in the governments or even philanthropy and foundations to just go and buy computers for everyone. So Endless is working on this problem. On trying to make computers more affordable by allowing people to finance them. It's very common to make purchases with financing, and people who are lower income get refused financing because of their earnings or their credit scores or not being able to prove repayments. So Endless is working on making it easier for people to access financing for computers, because I think that we need banks to bring their money into this. So that it's possible to afford the computers. Even the cheap computer, or certainly the cheapest computer you'd want to use, is still around $200. And when you scale that to millions or billions of children, there's just no one paying that money. It's never going to happen. So being able to actually spread that out and allowing people to take some stake in what they're doing and making it possible for them to access technology, I think it's really important. It's the biggest barrier. Why don't you have a computer? I can't afford it, right? So whatever we can do in that space to innovate and make it possible for people to afford a computer, to finance it, loan one and return it to us, get the deposit back if they can't, keep paying, these things, I think that's very important. So yeah, it's a big target for us. The biggest things that we're dealing with are device access and access to connectivity. We're just accepting that that's also very expensive, not going to reach everyone. So we need to deal with bad internet, no internet, and let people also benefit when they do have connectivity. Third question: thoughts on expanding access to freedom beyond GNOME in the free and open source community? So yeah, absolutely. I think this is a message that I want to repeat and to share with the wider world. And actually, although the GNOME Foundation is currently the sort of legal home of FlatHub, I think before we move to any taking payments or allowing donations or subscriptions or however that might look, that's something I really want us to do, and I guess that's the FlatHub us, is to just keep walking in that direction, make it possible for someone to do work on an app and get paid for it, make it possible for people who work on the runtimes and the desktop to be paid for it, help employers and individuals to earn, generate money with free and open source software. But one of the things we have to do for FlatHub is actually make it clear with other groups in the community. So talking to KDE, for example, and just understanding our collective goals, so that we're not making this a GNOME only thing, but we're actually saying, we want this rising tide to lift all boats. We want any apps, any technology. It's not a technical question. It's an economy question of generating revenue in and around the free and open source desktop. So initiatives like FlatHub should not be just for GNOME. I think they will be that much weaker, if we're very opinionated about technology or we're opinionated about communities. It's not inclusive.
Yes.
That excludes people.
Sorry. Okay, Mr. Robert, just on your thought, what do you think about some corporation limit on our freedom for example, any companies like Dell or HP that limit us to purchase and sort of like operating system we choose to buy for free DOS, but we end up need to buy either much more damn cheap machine which is not reliable, or too high to pay machine. So, but end up if the affordable one is the one that been locked in. So what's your take? What's your take on that?
Yeah, well, we need to build value in our ecosystem so that Endless works with OEMs, Acer and Asus. They're shipping millions of machines running Endless OS. No one really, we get some users, but it's not the point for them. It's cheaper for us to make Endless run on those machines than for them to worry about FreeDOS. It doesn't support EFI and whatever. So they're putting Endless on there just to check a box. They have to have an OS. Most of them are reformatted with the pirate Windows before they've left the store. And they see Linux as a cost, right? It would be easier for them if all their computers had Windows and they didn't have to have another alternative. There are some manufacturers that have started now to realize that there's a very kind of opinionated and valuable audiences that they're missing by not supporting Linux. Lenovo has machines now that run Fedora, and Dell has their Project Sputnik where they have machines running Ubuntu. So these are fantastic initiatives, but it's about us sort of not saying, oh, can you spend all this money and redo your factory process and do the QA differently and spend. And we have to turn that around and say, look, you're going to sell computers to people that wouldn't have bought them before because they have GNOME, because it works really well if you have no internet in Indonesia. Then here's a system that you can use and make it appealing for them to enter the market and to care about our software and to care about our ecosystem. So that we have to generate value, and some of that value has to go to the device manufacturers. There are some very specialized companies that work exclusively with open source software on their computers. We need to make them fantastically successful, right? So that the other ones, other manufacturers are jealous and want some of the action. But this is about matching supply and demand. Right? We have to make the platform more valuable, so attract more contributors, attract more revenue in and out, so that ecosystem is actually growing, and it also has incentives that we can share with the OS vendors, the distributors, and hardware manufacturers. But yeah, they need to be there. It's not going to be successful unless they're there. But we have to make it work for everyone. I'm not saying it's easy, but I'm saying that we must do it.
Okay, so any questions else from the participants? Anyone else?
I see
number
one
4.
last question.
Yes, number 4. Yes, that's new. Okay.
So yeah, cross platforms are proprietary platform-wise. Does the GNOME and ecosystem have thought about cross-platform compatibility to generate revenue? People like to develop via open source, but would also like their apps and frameworks to work on proprietary platforms as well. Yeah, this is a very, very interesting question. I mean, I think it's important that we're not asking people to make big sacrifices entering our platform. So I think technologies that are portable in and out of free and open source desktops are helpful because they reduce the barrier of entry in. They mean that there's less disruption to people. If you're happy with Thunderbird and LibreOffice and Firefox on a proprietary platform, that you can also come to an open source platform. But I think they have downsides as well. If you look at things like Flutter or Electron, where they are very, cross-platform technologies, they sacrifice some of the values and the benefits of our platform. So we're not making people kind of come and stay for particular values or benefits they perceive. We're just making it less expensive for them to also target our platforms. So, I think it's important that Android Studio works on a GNOME development workstation. That's really important. That was one of the first apps that Endless helped upload into FlatHub, because we need to be universal. We need to be not opinionated about whether people are going to make money or develop or work in other platforms. So we need to be that place that you can get to anywhere. I think that's really important for development tools, right? But I don't think it's ultimately fantastic for us to spend a lot of time and energy making it easy for people to leave our platform. So I think if we generate value and we have better experience and better tooling and documentation and real user base, I'd be happier if people were targeting GNOME because they want to, and because that helps their community or that helps the people that they want to reach with their work. But that's a big goal.
Okay. So I think we overshoot our time. Okay. So I think there's no more questions from our participant. Anyone else? No. So if that's the case, then thank you for your time, Robert. And it was a very deep and very thoughtful presentation. Yes, we as a host also would like to say sorry for the technical problems that we experienced before, and because of that, we overshoot this presentation, and we will start our social event a little bit late, maybe 10 minutes late. So we'll start our next session in 2010, 8:10 local time. So again, thank you, Robert. Thank you for your presentation.
Great. Thank you all for listening and for bearing with the technical problems.
Yeah, same for us. Okay. Okay.
Thanks,
so we will start again from local time 8:10 p.m. or 2010. So that's the last session for today, and we'll take a break for about 20 minutes from now.
The GNOME team The GNOME team is proud to present the new 3.38 release. This version increases performance and stability, as well as a host of new features for security, convenience, and fun. GNOME has a few revised app icons to add to the mix, as well as other design improvements, adding battery percentage to the indicator and restart to the power off options. We've added a new welcome tour, which appears after install to help new users feel right at home. Application launchers can now be rearranged and organized and moved in the grid to reflect what's important to you. This allows you to make the app grid your own, as well as making it easier to find apps when you need them. With the newly designed fingerprint dialog, setup is a breeze. You can now log into GNOME with just a simple touch. We've also added parental control settings, giving you more control over what your child can access. Sharing your computer's Wi-Fi is easier than ever with the addition of a scannable QR code to connect your mobile devices. GNOME response time is now faster while using monitors with different refresh rates. You now have even more control over your browsing experience in GNOME Web with intelligent tracking prevention, video and audio blocking options, browser tab mute and unmute, and you can now import passwords and bookmarks from Chromium. The GNOME Maps app is now resizable, adjusting seamlessly to fit the smaller screens of mobile devices. There's certainly a lot to enjoy in GNOME 3.38. We hope you enjoy using it as much as we enjoy making it.
The landscape of software development is changing. Today's users expect applications that are always on and accessible everywhere. To keep up, centralized apps are shifting to distributed cloud services, built and run by teams all around the world. With all of this complexity, software teams need a DevOps solution that enables them to become faster and more efficient while staying secure and reliable. Luckily, there's GitLab, a complete DevOps platform delivered as a single application. Get powerful collaboration capabilities like agile planning, version control, and code review, multi-cloud CI/CD that enables you to deploy anywhere, and built-in security and monitoring right out of the box. GitLab makes you fast, so you can meet business demand and react to disruptions. GitLab makes you efficient, helping you improve productivity, reduce rework, and work from anywhere. All while helping you build and maintain trust as you reduce vulnerabilities, streamline auditing, and stay compliant. What's more, everyone can contribute to this open source application, so GitLab is continuously improving. Are you ready to deliver better products faster, work more efficiently, and reduce security and compliance risk? Try GitLab today.
Hi, I'm Jason Clinton, and I'm one of the hundreds who worked on GNOME 3. GNOME 3 is better because when you want to start your apps, you can do it faster than you were ever able to in GNOME 2. In GNOME 3, a user can start any app quickly. Just press the logo key, type the first few letters of the name of the application, and press enter. GNOME 3 will search for it in less time than the user needed to locate the same visual data in GNOME 2. If mouse is preferred, frequently used apps can be pinned to the dash. This is one of the many ways that we've made GNOME 3 better. Hi, I'm Jason Clinton, and I'm one of the hundreds who worked on GNOME 3. GNOME 3 is better because we've made it easier for you to work with your windows. To make a window fill the whole screen in GNOME 3, all you have to do is drag the title bar to the top of the screen. To return the window to its previous size, just hold the top of the window and drag it down. We have also added new ways of working with windows to GNOME which will help you work more effectively. With GNOME 3, you can snap a window so that it fills half the screen. This is really useful because you can use it to easily view two windows side by side. Again, the window can be returned to normal by dragging it away from the side of the screen. This is one of the many ways that we've made GNOME 3 better. Hi, I'm Jason Clinton, and I'm one of the hundreds who worked on GNOME 3. One of the best features of GNOME 3 is a change in the way in which notifications are managed, allowing you to work more efficiently and with fewer interruptions. One example is instant messages. In GNOME 3, you are able to immediately see who has messaged you on the first line of their message at the bottom of your screen for a few seconds, allowing you to decide whether you would like to break your concentration. If you decide to reply, you can do so immediately without having to open the instant messenger. This is one of the many ways that we've made GNOME 3 better.
The GNOME team is proud to present the new 3.38 release. This version increases performance and stability, as well as a host of new features for security, convenience, and fun. GNOME has a few revised app icons to add to the mix, as well as other design improvements, adding battery percentage to the indicator and restart to the power off options. We've added a new welcome tour, which appears after install to help new users feel right at home. Application launchers can now be rearranged and organized and moved in the grid to reflect what's important to you. This allows you to make the app grid your own, as well as making it easier to find apps when you need them. With the newly designed fingerprint dialog, setup is a breeze. You can now log into GNOME with just a simple touch. We've also added parental control settings, giving you more control over what your child can access. Sharing your computer's Wi-Fi is easier than ever with the addition of a scannable QR code to connect your mobile devices. GNOME response time is now faster while using monitors with different refresh rates.